Small island developing states, and judging by the weather that we had earlier this morning, I'd say our change has been heard. Wouldn't you agree, right? Today we'll discuss two vital areas for SIDS to push forward: the enabling business environment and the need for business-friendly policies, as well as how to secure access to finance and investments. But first, we will start with presentations on key findings from reports that were developed by the United Nations Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States as part of the preparatory process for the Forum and SIDS 4. Fun fact, if you don't want to say all of those words, you can say OHRLLS, not to be confused with orals. Don't do that. Last year, OHRLLS prepared a report on promising sectors for economic transformation in SIDS, and OHRLS will also very soon be launching a report on MSME financing. In addition, a report on public-private community partnerships for sustainable and inclusive tourism in SIDS has been developed by the Inter-American Development Bank, Caribbean Tourism Organization, Pacific Tourism Organization, African Tourism Council, the UN Tourism Organization, and OHRLLS. These reports articulate concrete policy recommendations guided by best practices that can be scaled to other small island developing states. Now I hold the distinguished honor of first introducing our presenter, Dr. Claudius Preville, who will speak on the promising sectors of economic transformation in small island developing states. Please welcome our speaker.
Thank you, Madam MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. I've been given 5 minutes to say something, a story about a report we did last year. Could we have the slides on the screen, please? And so I'm going to go straight into the action. So we were asked to do a study to see what the potential is for 4 promising sectors for the SIDS, okay? And the sectors are on screen, as you can see: blue economy, cosmetics, e-commerce, and sustainable and inclusive tourism. What I'm going to do is to have a quick run through the outline of those sectors, right? See what's happening in those sectors, and then we did some case studies for each sector. We looked at case studies in the SIDS that were good practice, and then I'll focus on the policy recommendations and next steps proposed. So in terms of I'll move on to the data. In terms of blue economy, the first thing we know, of course, is that we have the traditional blue economy and we have the more recent emerging ones. We have the traditional one where we had finfish and exports of those products primarily to countries in North America, United States, but for revenue. And we have the emerging blue economy, which is more where you have biotechnology and so forth as the major driver. The slide shows us that the revenue derived from the high-value blue economy is significantly more, of course, twice, even 3 times what you have in the conventional blue economy. The other sector, cosmetics, I think most of the time when you think about cosmetics, people think of, 1 or 2, what the women wear, the eyeshadows, lipstick and stuff, and you don't see any potential in this, right? But it's huge. Cosmetics is huge, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So just to give you an idea of how big it is, I've put some numbers for some of the driving forces in cosmetics globally, the like of Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, L'Oreal, Estée Lauder, etc. All these are multi-billion-dollar corporations. Why am I talking about them? They produce cosmetics and they use some of the chemical reactions in laboratories to produce cosmetics. The growing trend globally now is to use sustainable production using natural substances, coconut oil, sargassum, seaweed, you name it. This is where SIDS can come in because we have the natural resource base for producing those cosmetics. In terms of tourism, inclusive tourism, Again, this is a huge industry. This is huge. We're talking a $1 trillion sector. And you see from this slide that the sustainable component is growing significantly. It was about 2.5 trillion in 2022. It's projected to reach about 6.8 trillion in the next decade. So it's a huge and significantly growing sector. Of course, SIDS have potential for the sector as well. And as you'll see later on, especially CTO and SPTO, the South Pacific Tourism Organization, and the CTO, Caribbean Tourism Organization, they have both introduced very impressive policies and strategies to develop the sector. Okay, so in terms of the case studies that were looked at, in terms of blue economy, the first one we looked at was Fiji's sustainable blue bond framework, which was introduced late last year, the year before, 2022, and officially launched in the margins of the last COP. This blue bond provides features that are unrivaled as far as other similar bonds like the one for Seychelles comprised when it was launched before. Fiji, what they have done very craftily is to align every provision in there with various aspects of the UN SDGs. Okay, so it's very clear to see where financing goes, what for, and how it is to be deployed. That makes it a very attractive instrument for other countries to look at. Barbados has been looking at how to convert wave energy into electricity. That's a big thing. And they've modeled something using this wave converter energy, which is not very expensive in terms of capital requirements. And at the same time, you can get electricity down to about 12 cents a kilowatt hour. In a context where the average Caribbean island is, we have about 30, 32, 35 cents for electricity. The only exception is Trinidad and Tobago, where it's about 6 cents. If you can get down to 12 cents a kilowatt hour, this is really a game changer. So Barbados is doing this, and it's in a very advanced stage now. They're doing other things as well in the blue economy, but this is one of the big things I wanted to showcase. And I think other SIDS can benefit from. In terms of cosmetics, Samoa has a flagship product produced by Women in Business International. I highlight this one because at the time it was really big. It provides employment for many women, and it's linked into the Body Shop UK in particular. So it's a good example of how you can integrate the activities of the SIDS into the global supply chain. And I thought that should be highlighted. Also, it provides employment for women. I think this is something we have to also work on. More work has to be done in liberating and emancipating women to have more revenue of their own. Okay, e-commerce. In terms of e-commerce, we looked at what was happening across the SIDS. Trinidad and Tobago had something that stood out in terms of both the policy and regulatory framework, and in terms of how the private sector is responding to what has been done in Trinidad and Tobago. So TTB's link is really the major instrument they have been put in place for the policy and regulatory framework in Trinidad and Tobago. And that has been shored up by some of the activities being done through WePay and Paywise, two private companies that are leveraging the work that has been done through TTB's link. So I thought that was also something interesting to show. Not to be outdone, e-commerce is also finding some foothold in the Pacific. Samoa has very impressive work that's been done as well. That is worth looking at, including a number of apps, Seki Eats, Samoa Market, etc. And guess what? All these things emerge in the context of COVID-19. COVID-19 forced the SIDS to become innovative and creative. So we have Samoa doing this kind of work since the 2019 COVID. In terms of tourism, we looked at two things for tourism. We looked at what's happening at regional level, So at regional level, you have what the work of CTO, Caribbean Tourism Organization, and of course the South Pacific Tourism Organization. But at national level, we found that Palau, is anyone from Palau here today? Anyone from, yeah, so someone from Palau. So this is great. We found Palau's model to be very exemplary for the whole SIDS. There is the Palau Pledge, which actually engages tourists to make a commitment with the country when they enter for tourism to ensure it's going to become sustainable for generations to come. This is big. I think Palau should be commended for this. So as far as responsible tourism is concerned, as far as long-term inclusive tourism is concerned, Palau is doing something very trailblazing. In terms of the regional frameworks, I think, as I said, both the PIFs, the Pacific, and CARICOM are doing very well in this area for regional frameworks. I just showed some of the cases of the case of what's been done for SPTO. SPTO has a very clean framework with 4 distinct goals, and these are also further articulated into actions, very specific actions of what needs to be done for improving the quality experience of tourists going to the Pacific region. So I thought we should showcase this as a good case. Okay, I will focus on the policy recommendations because I see the moderator is already looking across to me. I think my 5 minutes are winding down. So policy-wise, for blue economy, we are saying that, look, if you've not done a blue bond, if you're thinking of a bond framework for your country, we think Fiji's blue bond framework is a great one, and we have the model we could share with you. The second thing is that there's a need to move to higher value-added subsectors. We're not just going to keep producing fish and selling raw fish to Europe and the United States, etc. But there's a need to go into pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and others where there's higher value-added. The third is wave energy conversion. I showed you Barbados' case. I think this is really great. I think there's a lot of potential for replication across the SIDS. There is no shortage of waves across our oceans. Aquaculture is also huge, and opportunity in aquaculture is therefore to be harnessed across all the SIDS. I think it's also important to make greater use of materials like sargassum. You heard about sargassum yesterday. I think the opportunity here is to integrate what we can do with sargassum itself with, for example, the cosmetic sector. Okay, so it's not just a matter of using it as fuel or some other kind of raw material that can go into production of cosmetics. There's also need for stronger linkages between production activities in the ocean and cosmetics. I have just mentioned this. And there is a need for coordinating policy and strategy for the blue economy to cosmetics to realize higher value added for both sectors. So what we've tried to do is not just look at the sectors in isolation, but to see how we could do some intermarriage between them. We also think that governments should really pay close attention to the cosmetic sector, recognizing its potential for transformation of the SIDS. It's not a small 1 million, 5 million sector, it's multi-billion-dollar industry. There are big players involved, and we have the raw materials in the SIDS to make it happen in a sustainable way. We also think governments should encourage production of cosmetics, including with alliances between foreign countries, to expand the quality and standards that is required, because we may face constraints in terms of meeting all the quality demands and standard demands of European market. As you know, cosmetics is treated like food, so the same kind of rules apply in EU and the US, especially the EU with more stringent rules. And we should also explore the possibility of developing the cosmetic sector as part of the development of the blue economy products in the manner I described earlier on for that linkage. National level, there's a need for introducing appropriate legal and regulatory frameworks that are conducive to production of the high-value cosmetics. And also, there is a need for a technical assistance fund to be established as part of the UN funds to boost and bolster the growth of cosmetics throughout the SIDS. I think there's also benefit to having improved curricula, education and training that can be used for sharing knowledge across the SIDS to engage more SIDS in that sector. E-commerce-wise, a few recommendations. There's a need for wider transformation paradigm shift where e-commerce is concerned. And I think the model legislation framework that Trinidad and Tobago has adopted is very useful in that regard. But we can also study what the private firms have done, WePay, Paywise, and others in Trinidad and Tobago, and see how that could be replicated in other SIDS. The other thing is resource mobilization and securing technical assistance. That needs to be done because e-commerce is a huge sector. As you say, it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. But the thing about it is that you have to have, for example, fulfillment centers somewhere for the products that you're going to sell, right? So one thing to have the website, internet infrastructure, etc. But the second thing you need to have is fulfillment centers and so on. Governments should dedicate or repurpose a percentage of the USF, the Universal Service Fund, for development and implementation of that sector. There's also need for a monitoring and evaluation framework to be established to assess the rate of implementation of national ICT. And SIDS should establish an e-learning series as a way to assess their success and see whatever shortcomings are found in some SIDS that are not replicated in others. Sustainable and inclusive tourism, we have already spoken about what's there. We think there is need to establish national sustainable tourism policies where they're not yet in place, and we have good examples for this. There's also need for, at the regional level, the regions like AIMS are considering tourism framework. Then you have the models from SPTO and CTO that can be drawn upon. And also, specific to the models, the approach of Palau at national level, I've mentioned about Palau's pledge, etc., is an excellent one to emulate. I think I missed one slide. Okay, yes. Also, there's a need for strengthening national legislative regimes governing the protection of intellectual property. That's important for tourism. And there is a need for a strong learning element in monitoring and evaluation frameworks. Okay, these I think highlight the major ones for this particular report. I have a very short 5 minutes, so there's not much I can say at this time, but I'm available for more discussion at a later time. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Verville. I really appreciate it. There were so many investment opportunities, so many policy changes that we'd like to see, and you have the case studies to back them up, so thank you very much. I now introduce Dr. Kevin Hope, who will speak on MSME financing in SIDS.
A pleasant good morning to all. Slides, please. So I'm going to give you the speed dating version of the presentation, so I ask for your permission. SIDS, we face, while we're distinct culturally and socially, we do have features in terms of our macroeconomic and economic structures. So it's important for me to start off to anchor the discussion in terms of our small domestic markets, our dependence on key sectors, largely agriculture, fisheries, tourism in particular, and the extractive industry. Also, a susceptibility to disaster, and you would see some slides subsequent to reinforce that. And equally, our openness as a small island developing states, such that any change in international market prices or any external economic shock, we catch the call, we are in problems. So the focus is on MSME access to finance, and it also needs to be anchored in an appreciation of the financial sector within selected SIDS, and I just put this up for your observation. And there's a strong correlation both in the research, the data, and the discussion between our GDP per capita and the level of our financial sector development, access to credit as a metric. And again, just take note of this slide, please, colleagues. Apologies, but I was just trying to demonstrate that of the 39 SIDS, we are highly ranked on the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Initiative Climate Vulnerability Index. So according to the 2021 index, SIDS, Africa, Pacific, Caribbean, and just to note that the larger the number, the more climate vulnerable you are, and this is ranked out of 182 countries. So Antigua and Barbuda, for which we are currently in, is one of those high countries in terms of the risk and exposure, Papua New Guinea, etc. And just to reinforce again, so it's no coincidence that the culmination of, if you're living in the Caribbean and you had the 2017 to 2021 hurricanes, the Dorian, the Irma, the Maria, and then that's compounded also with COVID-19 pandemic, how economies are strained, households are impacted, and the financial system is stressed or strained. So I gave you the glass half empty look, right? The glass half full. MSMEs are still the engines of growth in our small island developing states and account for anywhere between 50% of jobs and economic activity to as much as 90% depending on where you're located or what region. So at the end of the day, we have to see the glass as half full, and how could we strengthen and support MSMEs in building their resilience. Again, many of us in the room who works in the space will know the perennial challenges with respect to, in some countries, while we are small states, in terms of the dispersion between where you may find financial institutions or non-financial banking institutions to access finance, the issue or the perennial issue in terms of limited tailored products to fit the specific needs of MSMEs. And for example, some MSMEs, as was presented by my colleague, Dr. Prevel, the collateral constraint is ongoing. And again, we are predominantly bank-based, which oftentimes focus on collateral. So on the demand side, a lot of the interviews, the literature and engagement also speaks to, across SIDS, we do have a financial literacy challenge. And we found in some instances, or to a large extent, the SIDS that are much higher with respect to private credit per GDP and the level of the financial sector development, a strong likelihood for greater financial education, but it's not all across small island developing states. And obviously, on the demand side, how could we enable MSMEs to enable them with knowledge that they could actually access the products on the market that exist? The high transaction cost is oftentimes the challenge that MSMEs and others pose to us with respect to access. So how do we close these gaps? I speak about, again, traditional banking in most cases. And while you may have some states with modest to good operation of the stock market or even your crowdfunding or peer-to-peer lending, this doesn't apply across all 39 states. Again, this is just reinforced in terms of our exposure to external shocks and the need to build resilience. So, simply, the intention is if we want to actually improve the conditions for which MSMEs could contribute meaningfully to economic growth and jobs, at minimum, these are the three things we need to focus our attention on. And it's not simple, but I just try to put it here. The issue is very complex from the extent that there must be sufficient buy-in from the level of the government who want to change the regulations and put the legislation in place. Because SIDS that are doing successfully well in improving access to finance have more responsive governments, right? So policy reform, regulatory framework, and our willingness to work in public-private arrangements, addressing the needs in terms of financial literacy, and by extension also being able to enable the private sector and innovative firms to actually test, prove, and scale their products and services. So this is just a little bit of what I have here. Of importance, I'll just share with you. So similar to Dr. Prevel, we sort of try to take the case study approach where we try to take note of the 39 countries, what's happening in terms of the different products, services on the demand and supply side, and also to try highlight some of the success stories. So I'll just give you one, for example, that's evolving. So in the Caribbean, we have the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation. And while you have affiliated institutions, the intention was really to remove that bottleneck of collateral to enable enterprises that have pretty good or solid business plans to be able to access finance. Again, the jury is still out in terms of the success of this, but again, it's evolving. And in the case of at least the Eastern Caribbean, it's being scaled across countries. So it will be a very good case to evaluate over time. There are a number of initiatives with respect to enhancing financial literacy, and again, we've seen success in that space. Innovative financing. So of interest, in February 2024, we found countries such as Fiji, which have their capital bill that is being passed to facilitate crowdfunding as a really good initiative. And just to conclude, what we found thus far in the study, because the study is still an ongoing study, is that if you were to look at countries that are leading in the space, we've seen evidence where the Pacific have been doing a number of initiatives relative to the African SIDS and the Caribbean SIDS. And again, one have to dive deeper into why these countries are yielding greater success versus their brothers and sisters. Digital financial services, again, a lot of this where we see digital financial services operating is correlated to the level of financial sector development and GDP per capita. So again, it means that all of these conditions must be dealt with in a parallel fashion. And successes, again, once we've seen great evidence of public-private partnership, we also saw evidence for which there were greater access to finance. This is kind of reinforcing what Dr. Prevel said, because again, SIDS, MSMEs are agile and responsive, and you will find there are a lot of niche opportunities, whether it be in sustainable tourism, culture, digital solutions, and renewable energy, for which, again, needs financing, and in many instances, they're not necessarily the traditional wholesale distributive trade type of service for which a lot of banks would extend credit. So it means that we really want to design innovative financial solutions to meet their demand. And this is a very important area for the paper, and again, I indulge you. So 60%, it's estimated that about 60% of women actually highlight that access to credit, this is women-owned enterprise or women-managed enterprises, as access to credit being the sufficient challenge or condition with which they treat with day-to-day. So again, across all SIDS, this is an area both for women and youth inclusivity. And obviously, how do we design, how do we capture data? What are some of the technological solutions that could meet the needs, the specific needs of women-owned enterprises? This is our call to action that we would have shared with UNOHRLLS. That's correct. And in wrapping up, my call to action for all of those of you in the room is actually this. Let your voice and knowledge count, and we could have a discussion subsequently. We still have ongoing surveys. I indulge you to participate and make your contribution to this research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hope. Thank you for speaking on the vulnerability and, more importantly, the resilience of SIDS. And thank you also for sharing a QR code. We should do more of those. Last but not least, I introduce Ms. Annie Bertrand, who will speak on public-private community partnerships in tourism for inclusive and sustainable development. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. While I'm waiting for the presentation to come up, just to say that I'm here on behalf of 4 regional organizations that join forces with the Global SIDS Business Network to conduct a research in January of this year on effective public-private community partnerships in small island developing states. So the purpose was to really to understand, first of all, what is the progress of tourism over the past 10 years? Second, to analyze success stories of public-private community partnerships to understand best practices. And the third objective was to really provide specific pragmatic recommendations to the public sector and the private sector that foster inclusive and sustainable development in SIDS. So today, first of all, I wanted to share why private-public community partnership. So we all understand the importance of public-private partnership and development. But in the case of tourism, we need to engage communities as partners, as beneficiaries, if we want anything to be inclusive and sustainable. So we did launch a call studies for across 60 cities around the world, and we identified 16 drivers of success along 6 dimensions to help stakeholders optimize value for communities when developing partnerships. So all these research findings are in the report that is available online. I'm not as fancy as my colleague with the QR code. There's a traditional with link here. But first of all, I'm just going to share the key highlights of this research, right? So first of all, the context. So before the pandemic, SIDS experienced phenomenal growth in tourism arrivals and expenditure, but this impact on inclusive and sustainable development is unclear. So, for example, in the Caribbean in 2019, we experienced the 7th consecutive year of growth in tourism arrivals. We had 50 million visitors coming to our shores in the Caribbean. That is 10 times the population of these countries. So, meanwhile, the growth in economic and human development indicators in SIDS is slower, and sometimes even declining in some of the island developing states. So what is happening? We have more and more people coming to our shores every year, but who is really benefiting from it? That is the question. So in the report, you see some factors that explain the difference between the different growth rates, right? I'm not saying, but ultimately what is happening is that the problem is that the benefits of tourism do not seem to be reaching micro, small, and medium enterprises nor citizens equitably. My colleague just told you, MSME represents 90% of all firms in the SIDS. If they're not benefiting from tourism, that's an issue, because small businesses, especially in the informal sector, are struggling to integrate the tourism value chain. So the vast majority of MSMEs are still not using digital payments to process transactions. So how on earth can we have MSMEs benefit from tourism when we know that tourists like to book online? We know that visitors don't like to carry cash around. We know that, that visitors only pay with credit cards or mobile phones. How? So if you live in a SID, you already know that international payment processors like PayPal and Stripe are easily integrated into your credit union account or into your banking account. It's a minority that has access to these. These international platforms like Airbnb are not integrated into the financial accounts of individual citizens living in the Caribbean. It's hard to have access to it. There are always exceptions, but it's really, really difficult. So what do the business do? What do the small businesses operating in the tourism sector do? They partner with the large tour operators or the cruise line. But listen to this. The Duke University conducted a value chain analysis in 2018, and they found that 70% of the price that visitors pay for an excursion onshore goes to the cruise line. How are we going to benefit and grow from the tourism industries if we're not able to access the market directly? So these are questions for you to think about. But the opportunity is, and by the way, if you have questions about the digital financial services, I also work with the UNCDF, and we have this amazing program in our three regions to address these issues, and we're making great progress, but we need more efforts. So opportunity is there. There's a movement towards inclusive and sustainable tourism. So on the consumer side, we have a rising demand for authentic experiences, adventure travel, sport tourism. The demand is there. If you go into the report, I have data to prove it. Now, on the institutional side, I know I work with the regulators. There is an increased commitment to build the enabling environment for better and more inclusive development in SIDS. there is an interest, there is a commitment. It is there. And then on the private sector side, we also have the private sector eager to solve social problems. And I have a lot of examples to prove it. Now, what is the solution? The solution is if we want to take advantage of the opportunity, but address the problem, we need to build public-private community partnerships. And that's the framework to help you make it happen. So there are 6 dimensions with different drivers of success to help you develop these partnerships. So I have in the report many examples of effective partnerships along this framework, but I'm just going to share with you some examples. So let's look at the first one about social empowerment. So essentially, this is about diversifying the product offering so that people living in the rural areas or people living in the remote areas and women and youth can also benefit from tourism spending. The example I have here is from Treasure Beach, which is a small fishing community in the south of Jamaica, very far away from the main touristic attraction. So essentially in 2014, the fisher folks needed to find alternative livelihoods because there's no more fish in the water. You know, there were lots of small businesses operating in the community, but the small hotels, but there was lack of trust among the different people in the community. Also, there was a lack of access to social services, so they came together not too long after in a cluster initiative funded by Compete Caribbean, where they pulled resources and they got technical assistance and they helped to build the capacity of the MSMEs to develop products that are aligned with the willingness to pay of visitors when they come to the community. So which we call a market product mix, without losing the authenticity of the community and the spirit of the community. So lots of effort were made to do that, but also to invest in sport park, invest into, the women's group, they had this clever idea of using the visitors from abroad that are doctors to organize mobile clinic for improving access to health care in the community. Lots of things going on, and the results were astonishing. So not only like sports for development, all kinds of things that a permanent clinic was eventually came through, and the revenues of the MSMEs increased tremendously. A lot of MSMEs became formalized. So this is a huge success story. You can read about it in the report. The second dimension is digital inclusion and innovation. So just briefly, in 2012, the Pacific Trade and Invest Australia developed a program to increase access to digital payments for MSMEs and SIDS in the Pacific. Just in a few years, they developed 300 transactional websites that created $7 million of transactions for MSMEs in the Pacific. This is a huge success, huge success. Now, in Solomon Island, this is very inspiring. Look, in Solomon Island, there's like 700,000 people spread across 300 islands. Obviously, most people are unbanked or underbanked because the financial institutions, a few of them that exist in the country, are in the capital. So what happens? The telecommunication company partner with the community, people living in the communities across those islands, individuals, people, to certify them and train them on how to onboard other people onto a mobile wallet. Within 6 months, 25,000 mobile wallets were activated. So to me, what's exciting about this is that now visitors going to Solomon Islands, they take their passport, they sign up to the wallet, they can load the money into the wallet with their credit card or debit card, and then with their phone, they go anywhere in Solomon Island and they can spend on street vendors, community services, tips around, donate, do this and that. They can spend. So it opens a huge market opportunity. Now, the third one is about governance and financing. This is really about using public-private community partnership to increase access to technical assistance and financial assistance. So I have this amazing example in Grenada. Obviously, in 2012, arrivals had been going down for years, and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association did a survey with their members, and essentially 80% of the okay, I'm going too fast. The small locally owned hotels were all going to close down because if the situation was not going to be improved. So they did a cluster initiative, but that one was focused on branding. And that's how the Pure Grenada brand came to life. Via this cluster initiative involving the private sector, they used, they used the what did I say? Anyhow, it was another huge success. Okay, moving on. I'm not going to go through that, especially I'm not going to go through this one because we talked about it yesterday, about regenerative tourism, using visitors to regenerate the ecosystem. If you want, I can talk to you about it later. Economic empowerment. I just want to say one thing about this one because it's very inspiring. This is about the indigenous communities in Samoa and Fiji, okay? They have been receiving visitors for 20, 30 years, but they were generating tiny peanuts. And now what's happening with the public-private community partnerships? Now, in the next few years, they're going to generate in 1 year what they have generated for 25 years because they were just doing one thing, which is waterfall walk. Now they have product development. They offer all kinds of services, culinary experience in the rainforest. There are all kinds of things going on. All this they've done on their own with technical and financial assistance from other programs through partnerships. Huge success, huge inspiring story. Now the final one about resilience. I mean, my friend Olivier yesterday talked about about sport tourism. In the Indian Ocean actually had the highest rate in tourism arrivals in the world at some point, but they really affected their ecosystem. So they really had to find an alternative to cope with shock and to develop better way of assessing risks, understanding their land. So they partner with the academics, the academic institution, help them to figure out how do you do better planning and risk assessment so that you can bring visitors inland and so that's it for my examples, but there are many other in the report. Just to say that the recommendation also, in the report you'll find a 5-step approach on how do you really engage the communities. There are a lot of tools that you can use to conduct diagnostic, do asset inventory, all kinds of things you can do to engage the community. So all this is in the report. And the recommendations, I'm going to go through one by one. No. No. But there are different policy recommendations for each of the 6 dimensions. So you can use them to write proposals. But then the conclusion is just not like call for action. The first one, I just need to see it to say it in case there are regulators in the room. But this first point about adopting the OECD fiscal policy, this is a low-hanging fruit. I mean, if the SIDS implement these rules, suddenly international platforms like Airbnb will be interested in coming and collecting tax revenues. And in Costa Rica, they did it a few months later, $1.5 million given to the government of Costa Rica by just implementing that policy. So it's a low-hanging fruit. There's no reason why we're not doing it. Now, but the most important one for the OHRLLS, I can say it, is the establish a development fund that for PPs, for developing public-private community partnerships in SIDS. So we have a lot of research done. We know we can make it happen. We have the tools, we have the knowledge, we have everything to bring the things together. All we need to do is a development fund to make it happen. And if we do so, we'll achieve the SDGs before the next SIDS conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bertrand. It is simply cruel to try and set these up for only 5 minutes, but luckily we have a 15-minute break. Please come back at 11, talk about it, discuss. Our panelists are right here. Please find them. All right, see you at 11. Thank you. programs, or insurance. A robust policy framework is fundamental for fostering an enabling business environment that supports sustainable business practices and ensures long-term economic stability. And when such policies are set in place, it is equally important to help businesses take full advantage of the opportunities they have. As such, it is essential to strengthen the capacity of local businesses, institutions, and workforces to adapt to changing market conditions and global shocks and foster an enabling business environment. Thus, in turn, contributes to creation of resilient and self-reliant economies, which is what we all want. That's why we're all here. In this engaging session, we will hear from speakers on how building an enabling business environment can support growth from MSMEs. This session will be moderated by Ms. Amelia Kelly, Trade Officer at Commonwealth Secretariat. Please welcome our esteemed guests.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're all back in the room, but we'll wait for a few more. They can come in as they wish, but we're going to get started. So it is my pleasure to be here with you all today and to continue building on the exciting, the insightful discussions we keep hearing. We've just heard presentations this morning, we had the engaging discussions yesterday, and we want to continue that on now in this session. So I hope that those that have flown in from around the world haven't yet collapsed with jet lag. And I also hope that our gracious local hosts, we haven't exhausted them yet, because this conversation is far from over. So I look forward to hearing from both our esteemed speakers here on the stage, but also from all of you in the room, the private sector, but also the public sector alike. So as with yesterday, we have our microphones for you to please come up and interject with any interventions as you wish. And I implore you to keep continuing on this discussion, this partnership, this collaboration, whatever you want to call it. Let's just keep talking, because this conversation, as I said, really is not over. So our next session is policy and creating an enabling business environment. My name's Amelia Kelly. I'm a trade officer at the Commonwealth Secretariat in the Trade, Oceans and Natural Resources Division based in London. We at the Commonwealth are 2.5 billion people in 56 countries, stretching across 5 continents and 6 basins of our one shared ocean. And of these Commonwealth states, 25 are SIDS. So SIDS are very close to our heart at the Commonwealth. At the Secretariat, we've worked extensively throughout the Commonwealth SIDS on investment promotion and trade facilitation, both of which heavily rely on this enabling business environment. So we've assisted member states on a number of trade-related matters, for example, trade, competition, consumer protection policies, e-commerce, export strategies, to name but a few. However, it is the provision of support and training and knowledge sharing to the MSMEs, the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, to capitalize on the opportunities from these policies and these frameworks and gain exposure to new markets and secure investment for sustainable growth. That is a key priority for us. And we hope to build on that discussion here today. So yesterday we heard from the private sector, and as I said, I hope we continue to keep hearing from you today. However, we cannot have this discussion on policy without also hearing from representatives from the public sector and the regional organizations. And as with the public sector, we cannot talk about the business environments without considering those MSMEs, who, as our presenter, Dr. Hope, said just in the previous presentation, they build up the bulk of the private sector in SIDS. It is these MSMEs, which mostly operate in domestic markets, who can have the biggest impact on economic growth, and they employ a vast percentage of the workforce in SIDS. But as was also mentioned, these MSMEs face some of the biggest challenges of complexity, of risk, of scale, grant management to access the finance and to access the market share and the customer base that we so desperately need for our MSMEs. So hence, again, it is so important to create this conducive business environment that not only enables the MSMEs to trade and invest in domestically, but also enhances their performance globally so they can enter global value chains and have value chain integration. So I'm going to wrap up on those comments now, and we're going to try and move into this session, because you don't want to hear from me, you want to hear from our speakers. So this session is, we're going to hear from speakers across SIDS on how building this enabling business environment can support the growth of these SMEs and the fragile nature of the MSMEs and their capacity to withstand the external shocks. And I say this again, to withstand those external shocks, of which we know there are many, and make them our collective priority as we have this discussion to repurpose, develop, rebuild, rebrand, all the terms we discussed yesterday, but those initiatives to upgrade the competitiveness of them and also help them adapt to the changing market conditions. And at the end of the day, magnify those profits, because that's what we want in this session. We want to talk about MSME growth and the business environment. So let me introduce our esteemed speakers to you all here today. I'm going to start local. We've got Mr. Garfield Joseph, a native of Antigua and Barbuda, and the most gracious host of Antigua and Barbuda, I must add, who has a wealth of management experience across both public and private sectors, working across the Caribbean, Latin America, and the USA. He currently heads up the Antigua and Barbuda Investment Authority and has a strong passion for teaching and training the businesses, in particular the MSMEs. He's a strong partnership advocate, of which we all want to be in this room today, and someone who never stops working. He has already met with me this week whilst in town, and we're building on Commonwealth support to training for local businesses here in Antigua and Barbuda. Moving across the Atlantic, our next speaker hails from Cape Verde in West Africa. It's Miss Dilma Vieira. She's the CEO of the Business Incubator Center, which aims to create a favorable environment for the emergence of innovative companies with high potential for scale. Also passionate about training and mentoring entrepreneurs, Dilma has developed numerous competitions for aspiring young entrepreneurs and women. And then moving down to the Southern Hemisphere and the glorious Pacific Islands, native to the Kingdom of Tonga, we've got Mr. Christopher Cocker. He's currently the CEO of the Pacific Tourism Organization. He has extensive experience, as all our speakers do, working across the public and private sector in the region and specializing in particular in trade, tourism, and investment. As a proud Pacific Islander, he's passionate about sustainable tourism development in the region. And finally, we circle back to the Caribbean to Mr. Wayne Chen. Who showcases a wealth of private sector experience and is the president of the Jamaica Employers Federation and the immediate past president of the Caribbean Employers Confederation. He's the chairman of, to name but a few, the Super Plus Food Stores, Petrojam, Southern Regional Health Authority, and of note to the creative entrepreneurs in the room who were here yesterday, I have to add that he was the executive producer of the Toots and Maytals Grammy-nominated album, Scarfather. So we really have it all on the stage today. I'm going to start local, as this forum we like to talk about working local, so we're going to start local on the panel. And Garfield, I was wondering if you could just give us a few, tell us a bit about the Antigua and Barbuda Investment Authority, but in particular provide some concrete ways that governments and SIDS governments can support local businesses and the private sector. But also we're interested in hearing about including those operating in the informal sector.
All right, thank you very much. First, let me say to one and all, welcome to the most beautiful island in the Caribbean. Give yourselves a round of applause. You don't sound very enthusiastic about that. Not a round of applause, right? So my friend here is from Jamaica. Jamaica is the second most beautiful island in the Caribbean. And I hope we can have the next SIDS over there so we can go there. Firstly, it's a pleasure for me to be able to share with you some experiences about Antigua and Barbuda as a small developing country. We're an island of 8 miles long, 12 miles wide, 108 square miles, 100,000 people. However, you'd recognize that within the last 15, 20 years, we have had just about the best economic growth in all of Latin America and the Caribbean, which is about 38 countries. You have Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. And the key question is, how are we able to have that type of economic growth and development in the context of very limited resources? I think there are 3 things that we have: sun, sea, and sand, and the capability and the resilience of our people. So let me just zone in onto the question, having given you that context. Clearly, the government that we have in the past, we came out of a historical tradition where we were controlled by the Europeans, single economy, but the Prime Minister, V.C. Bird back then, had a vision to lift the working class and to bring them into a different class, and that's where tourism came into being. And with tourism, that type of industry has a number of multiply effects. And as we progressed over time, what we've been able to do is to develop sustainable business models that suits our own particular context. We are one of the first countries to be able to invest in online gaming. It's $1 billion industry. There's a case still outstanding with the United States government at the WTO where we won that case. We also do the citizenship by investment, tourism being the main industry. Let me zone in. What are the ingredients for that type of sustainable growth? One, it has to be high intentionality and intentionality to collaborate also with the private sector. Because as small developing countries, every government, doesn't matter where you are, you have limited resources. So you have to be able to collaborate, to prioritize, and to sequence what comes first, because government will not be able to find all the resources to invest in all of the things that are needed to drive any economy. Especially, think of the 3 most important services: healthcare, water security, education, right? In a small island, where do you find these resources? So it tells us that the private sector has a significant role to play in the development of small developing countries. I don't want to monopolize the time, but I'll just say 2 things quickly. A, I'm not talking about just cliche for providing an enabling environment. I can give you tangible examples. So for example, in Antigua and Barbuda, many years ago, the government had the vision to implement what is called the Entrepreneurial Development Fund. Entrepreneurial Development Fund with maximum interest rate of 3%, significantly below commercial rate. So we're giving small and medium-sized enterprise who were once locked out of the financial accessibility and the cost of accessibility at 3%, right? Maximum. In areas like agriculture, the 1% is what you pay, and in the blue economy and the orange economy, you also get a 1%. So that's something tangible. This government has also invested in the 4th landed campus because education is an enabler towards social and economic development. So this government has invested millions of dollars into the 4th landed campus, University of the West Indies in Antigua and Barbuda, so we can have access to education, because we're not only seeking to develop for immediacy, but we're also seeking to develop for the future. So that's an investment in terms of looking towards the future. And then lastly, as I pass to my colleagues, we have generous incentives that are codified in law. We are competing on a global stage for international investment capital. And why would they invest in Antigua versus Dominica versus Jamaica versus Guyana? So we are competing. We're a very safe island, but safety is not enough. So we give incentives that are codified in law based upon the level of investment that is coming into Antigua. I close by saying this. Here in Antigua and Barbuda, I'm with the Investment Authority. We facilitate local and international investment. We are adapting the technology to make it easier, faster, and cheaper at every level to invest in Antigua and Barbuda. So those are my opening thoughts and comments, and I'm happy to have this dialogue and conversation and to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Garfield. And one thing that stood out there was the Entrepreneur Fund. I think we've all been discussing this access for youth and entrepreneurs and support to entrepreneurs across SIDS in building up the MSMEs. So I'm going to move to you, Dilma, as who is running a successful entrepreneurship incubator in Cape Verde, targeting all ages of entrepreneurs. However, we have seen in SIDS countries there has been a hesitancy for youth to take on an entrepreneurial career. So can I ask you to share some action points that perhaps some other SIDS governments, Garfield mentioned what Antigua's doing, but just some other suggestions that SIDS countries could take to empower the youth to take on this entrepreneurial career path?
Thank you. We have program to support all entrepreneurs. Fund entrepreneurs just have an idea to entrepreneurs having the business. Our program, we have a training session, mentorship, demo day, access to investors and financing, and we have a focus in the gender too. In all our face-to-face training now and bootcamp, business bootcamp, we have a babysitting service just to make sure all the mothers have focus in their program and develop their business and get the opportunities to participate. Now in Cape Verde we have the institutes to support, like Pro Empresa, Pro Capital, Pro Garant, to make sure the young and women entrepreneurs have access to the warranties for the bank. All the bank asks for ones, and the young maybe sometimes doesn't have the warranties for the banking financing, and they have support 75% of all of costs to business plan, strategic plan, marketing plan, fair trade participation. So it's important to make a network too. It's very important. Always I told with our entrepreneurs, maybe network is the most powerful tool we have now. Most don't have the great service or products if you can't say like it's not a good. So that's what we think. And we have recently our government create the JM Bank, is for the youth, young people and women access with the lower interest than other interest rate than other banks, and less bureaucracy. Now in Cape Verde we can create an enterprise in the few minutes. That's very, very great, because you can just give your ID and all the documents available for that, and in 5-10 minutes you have your enterprise already. And the program to support the incubation, it's very important, because it's not eliminate but reducing the risk to mortality of the yeah.
And as I said earlier, please feel free to provide any comments from the audience, because we're talking about some very big issues here, crossing from, now we're talking about entrepreneurs. I want to hear about employees and employers. So I thought I'd move down to you, Wayne. And
I think there's a critical word that has been used frequently. I'm sure it has been used frequently from the beginning of this conference, and that is collaboration and partnership. And I use it too because it's critical that the private sector be seen as a partner. We have paid lip service to that term for many, many, many years. But I sense a sea change in the attitude of governments and of our funding agencies and external agencies. I hope I'm not being overly optimistic, but it is certainly the most important takeaway if we take away today. Why is it important that we become partners? Because at the end of the day, sustainable prosperity is going to rely on a competitive, productive, and growing private sector. If business is not profitable, there is no sustainable prosperity. Now, what are the challenges facing us in small island developing states? And these challenges are universal. We have the issues of a lack of resilience because we're not diversified. More and more we see that we have hit ceilings based on the availability of skills in the domestic economies. The issues of informality right across. And I pause around informality because we don't want to make informality a good and evil issue or a good and bad issue. If there are high levels of informality, it's just symptomatic of the ease with which people, enterprises or individuals can thrive without playing by the rules, which in turn makes the play field unlevel. So it does not create an environment where enterprises can grow to the level of being competitive and maximizing their efficiencies. But back to the issue of collaboration. There are critical areas that the private sector has to be involved in. It has to be involved in education and training because the products from our investments in institutions of learning and in turn lifelong learning has to be ready for the global market. And I emphasize here, I'm not just talking about making better employees. I'm talking about making our citizens ready for the world of work, whether we work within the geographical confines of our islands or we access now what is a huge challenge but also a huge opportunity, the virtual world. You touched earlier on my old-time days in a different sector, in the creative sector. By coincidence, when I was flying into Antigua 2 days ago, there was a music producer on the flight who, within certain global circles, is very well known, but if I was to call his name in this room, and I won't, nobody in this room would know who he was. But he's a young man I know who generates millions of US dollars a year in revenue, collaborating mostly virtually with other musicians and producers throughout the world. What lesson do we learn from this? One, whatever we do, and John Lennon has a famous quote, life is what happens while we're busy making other plans. We can plan and plan and plan, but our young people are already doing what they have to survive, and some are thriving. We have examples right here in the islands, in the creative industries, of people who collaborate virtually. They learn the skills, they learn how to manipulate. It was Pro Tools. Maybe I'm behind the times now. I don't know what software is going to be used. But they learn how to collaborate. They learn the skills. They learn the markets. In the old days when we had to go out and find a record label and you try to entice an A&R, you build together a little repertoire, those days are done. The world is really flat. You can reach a whole audience, whether through social media, whether on the internet, without having to go through intermediaries, without having to go through huge global corporations. Or individuals can access a huge market. And it's not just about music. It's about any content you can create, any skill, any service you can provide. But why do I raise this? I raise this because it's a challenge and an opportunity. If we are going to make our people ready, it is going to shape the content of our education, how we deliver education, how it is received in terms of my generation setting the template. I said to my colleagues yesterday, boomers can't tell the Generation Z, Generation Z, how to think. What we do, we pave the pitch so we can have a smooth succession. So education is important that the partnership and collaboration involves building a strong skills base around the marketable skills. The World Economic Forum has already laid out through its global surveys the skills necessary for this year and 5 years and 10 years in the future. We can't say where they will go, but we cannot address the issue of more productive workers and more entrepreneurs without making a firmer economic and training base. The second thing we have to address is the issue of informality. We are not going to grow if we have too informal and formal. We have to level the play field by understanding why do people choose to remain informal. It may well be that the regulations, the rules, the justice systems, whatever, are allowing people to say, we have done a rational economic choice, made a rational economic choice, and I believe that over time people make rational economic choices. If I can operate informally without impunity, I will do it if the cost is low. What does it say to me? I'm a rube for staying in the formal sector, playing by the rules, and because I'll be forever uncompetitive. So we have to work earnestly in partnership to eliminate informality. And the third is we have to talk about social protection. It's not that businesses are not interested in social protection. We want to, through social dialogue, establish the appropriate level of social protection that we can afford now, how we pay for it, and how we work over time to make it more robust. Because we have a vested interest too in improving the standard of living of all our citizens. So I just want to stop on the three, but I say this to say that business, through its representative associations, because I don't expect the typical small or medium enterprise to have individually the lobby power, the power to do the research, because collaboration has to be driven by empirical data. I believe it's important that we strengthen our representative organizations, and I use the term, I will re-emphasize that word, representative organizations, to use data, research, and evidence in partnership with the leaders of the labor movement in a tripartite arrangement to lobby our governments for policies that can lead to sustainable and prosperous businesses.
Thank you, Wayne. And I think when you mentioned the content and the promotion, that is something that now we all actually have access to, and our markets are becoming much wider than just local, as they have been in the past. And I think that kind of, you know, one sector where that's so important is tourism, because tourism now in SIDS countries not only employs a huge part, if not majority of the workforce in SIDS, but also is a sector which relies heavily on an enabling business environment for operations. So I thought I'd maybe move to a regional perspective here and ask you, Chris, if you can provide your thoughts on the role of these regional organizations and how they can build strong business environments in SIDS.
Warm Pacific greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity, the organizers. But I'm not a lone ranger here. I have brothers and sisters from the Pacific. So could you have stand up for an exercise this morning, all my brothers from the Pacific and sisters, because we are here and we stand strong. Thank you. Thank you. So I believe that in terms of regional organizations, we do play an important role in terms of bringing together enhancing cooperation and also trying to avoid duplication amongst the regional organizations, as well as harmonizing regulations. And I want to give an example. At the moment, we are mapping out and assessing our 2050 Blue Pacific strategy, which is basically, there are 7 thematic areas, but under the thematic area of resource and economic development, we are planning a Pacific roadmap for economic development in this case. And we've brought all the regional organizations together to map out what collective actions they could do. And from a tourism perspective, we're working on our regional activities, particularly focused on sustainable tourism And I think COVID-19, although it was very destructive for our tourism sector globally as well as on a regional basis, but it was a blessing in disguise because it gave us the opportunity to sit back, think, and also reset to move forward. And of course, the main thing is on sustainable tourism in this case. And I think the emphasis is not only on public-private partnership, but also on community partnership, as you've heard from the previous findings in this case. But I believe that at the moment in our region, our communities are not benefiting from tourism, particularly although we are employed, but in terms of community tourism businesses, etc., they are not benefiting from it. And it's an area that we are trying to address in terms of this. From SPTO's perspective, we've developed strategies, particularly from the research side, because as my colleague had rightly put, that data is very important in terms of informed decision making. So we have a 10-year strategy that we've developed for our member countries, Pacific Tourism Statistics Strategy, to assist that in this case, and making sure that we have more information, particularly as we have moved through COVID, which is a very uncertain time, and that's very crucial. We also have a digital strategy for 5 years in the Pacific to guide our tourism sector, etc., and to also help them upskill themselves to be more digitally savvy in this case. And last but not least, we have a 10-year Pacific Tourism Sustainable Policy Framework, which was shared earlier in this case. And there are 4 pillars which I want to highlight, which is on the prosperous economies, and also thriving and inclusive communities, as well as visible and valued cultures, and finally, healthy oceans and islands in this case. So there is work to guide and help our tourism sector, particularly in building and enabling a business environment on those 4 areas in this case. So we had to wake up and pivot and move from an organization which was very focused on marketing and promotion in this case to more into sustainable tourism. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, if you may allow me a couple of thoughts from my colleagues. I think one of the points that I wish to make is that, and I see this all the time, having seen it from 2 different dimensions. The reality is that small developing countries, we are always going to be resource constrained, and not only resource constrained, but in terms of our time and effort. So the collaboration is extremely important. In Antigua and Barbuda, with a population of over 100,000 people, just about, we have the Chamber of Commerce. So if you think about collaboration there, then you have the Employers Federation, the tripartite, and that's collaboration. And then you have the SMEs, the formal sector, informal sector. And then you have the Hotel Association, which is the most important sector because tourism is our main industry. And the key question is, how do we drive efficiency? How do we align around goals and priorities so that we can get to scale and to get things done quickly? So the feedback, the insight for me is, yes, the collaboration is extremely important, but we have to have a way of getting to scale quickly and not necessarily duplicate efforts, because in my office, we only are a team member of 8 persons, right? You're talking about an economy, local and international, and you just don't have the resources, and I'm giving you this insight because I think it's critical. More developed countries, they have more resources, they have more agencies. We are resource constrained, so we want to think collaboration in a way that also drives efficiency and to ensure that we can get to scale and get to market quickly, even if we are having policy discussions, right? Because, A, the tourism sector may need certain types of incentives. Employers want a different kind of incentive. It's better to get everyone in the room at the same time. Last thing I would say on this, I think what we face today, we're facing crises. And what is required is crisis-like collaboration. What do I mean? We have seen a lot of hurricanes in the region, Antigua and Barbuda, Irma in 2017. In a crisis, what you have generally is that people put aside differences and prejudices, and they intentionally come to collaborate for the good of others. I see, especially small developing countries, for what we have experienced. We have been very fortunate, yes, in Antigua and Barbuda, having seen economic growth last 5, 10, 15 years, year-on-year growth. But we are seeing significant challenges with climate change, impact of other things, right? What is required? What is required is crisis-like collaboration where the Employers Federation, Tourism Association, Chamber of Commerce, and indeed the government. I speak and work for the government, but I speak on behalf of the government, that we also need to listen and respond to the voice of the persons who help to drive this economy. And that's one of the key messages I want to send to our small brothers and sisters who are seeking to drive sustainable economic growth in your respective countries.
I think it's important to each region is taking into account that the program work well in the one country, maybe don't work in our. Okay, it's important to analyze because have a different culture, mindset, or value, and the impact or result of the program may be different. In Cabo Verde, we did this mistake many times. And we always reply the good actions, but it's good in Portugal or in United States or in London, but it's different. Our society is different. Our youth is different. Our entrepreneurs is different. Our culture is different. So it's important to have an ecosystem. It's different between being ecosystem. In some time in Cape Verde, we just have an ecosystem. You know what ecosystem means? It's all my program, my initiative. It's only mine. We must let the mine and be most that yours, ours, or we. It's better to grow and develop more fast. And we must have a dialogue between the public sectors, private sectors, universities, and the society, to understand our opportunities to make the policy and develop the program can have the really impact.
Yep. Thank you, Dilma. I think you, building on from what we heard yesterday in one of the sessions, less egos and less logos. So we like to hear that again. Sorry, Wayne, did you have something?
Yes, just building on the theme of collaboration and the ability to get things done quickly. I think, coming out of the crisis, one thing that the crisis did for us, it focused us around fixing all the peripheral issues, all the things that came out of the pandemic. And I've always said, and it's not my original saying, that it's too good a crisis to let it go to waste. We have learned a lot how to work virtually. In my mind, I transitioned from having committees to having working groups with deadlines. Picking up your point, if we know the solutions are in buckets, unfortunately, discrete silos, but we need to pull them together. And we need to pull them together in a way to create a critical mass of political will, because oftentimes the solutions are held up because we have not fomented sufficient political will to move forward. All management is change management, and change is hard, which is the reality that we face. But if we use the tools that we have in hand, work collaboratively, put deadlines on it, we wrap our minds around a few imperatives. Digital transformation is an imperative. It's no longer an option. It's something that we have to get done. But people of my generation, we hold on tight to the old ways of doing things because digital transformation is not just about new tools. It's about new mindsets. We're not going to get my generation, who are still the gatekeepers, to let go the latch on the gate if we don't come in, have that conversation over time, hold the hand holding and move it forward. But we have to. We have to have national working groups around digital transformation because we're not going to get to the level of efficiency, the level of competitiveness, the level of productivity for our sustainability if we don't execute digital transformation in the short term. This is not a long term because digital transformation is such that as soon as you think you have it covered, something new is going to come along and remind you that you're still a year behind or 2 years behind or 5 years behind. The danger is that if we're not acting now, we're just going to fall further behind. So the opportunity I spoke of earlier to access a much, much bigger global market, to allow our youngsters to access something else, to give us the economic resiliency. If we have an exogenous shock and knocks tourism off the counter, we're doomed if we don't have a fallback position. If our people as individuals, if our enterprises don't have access to other ways of earning, what do? We're not going to go hand in hand anymore to the rich countries and say, hand it over. You see, politically, it's less and less likely to happen. So if we say digital transformation is the first imperative, let us wrap a social dialogue, not dialogue, but a social task force, working group, whatever we want to tag it, with timelines. These are the things that need to happen. This is what I did in my company, where I was able to convince an older generation of managers to embrace newer ways of thinking, that if a youngster comes through the door with a nose ring and tattoos, that we're not going to dismiss them immediately because they may have value to add to the organization, whatever it is. But we need to have that dialogue on a national scale using representative groups.
Yeah, I think one of the important issues that we've heard is dialogue, but I think dialogue, communication, as well as moving away from working in silos, because even with working as regional organizations, there's still silos within that, but also on a national perspective, there is the silo effect in this case. So it's a big issue that we face in our areas. But in terms of crisis management as well, we have documented all our crisis and resilience studies so that we will be prepared for the next pandemic or any crisis that may happen in the future. Not that we don't want one, but as tourism, we have faced that a lot in terms of natural disasters. But it's important that we document and learn the best lessons and also the best practices in moving forward in this case. But I think it's an area that we should address in this case. But I also want to mention as well, from a tourism perspective, the importance of measuring tourism. I mean, we have been measuring tourism in terms of the economic impact and benefits in this case, but we should also measure it from a social, cultural impact as well as environmental side. We've set up a sustainable tourism indicators framework that will help measure that moving forward into the future, and it's part of our post-COVID recovery in this case.
If you may allow me, a couple of things I'd like to add, because as I sat and listened to the presenters earlier, it is clear to me, and from the persons here and the panel persons are here, it's clear to me that knowledge is everywhere. We have tacit knowledge, we have codified knowledge, we have experiential knowledge, and we have best practices. I think a part of the challenge for us in terms of small island developing countries, how do we take that body of knowledge, tacit, explicit, codified, and get it to the person who needs it most? I spent a lot of time in the private sector before coming into government. I work in investment facilitation. And the biggest challenge I have personally is how do we get all of the assistance, IMF, CDB, European Union, this agency, that agency, and then it filters to a particular level and it stops there. And the person who needs the information the most, who needs the support the most, is not getting there. I would say for us as small developing countries, yes, we know some of the barriers, right? Some of the barriers is limited resources. You don't have satellite offices. Persons don't have certain fundamentals. But I think a breakthrough for us as small developing countries, how do we do two things? One, how do we codify all this body of knowledge, best practices from the Pacific, best practices from Jamaica, best practices from Latin America, and have it codified in a place that can be accessible remotely using the technology. For example, the OAS has a program that they ran in the OECS countries were beneficiaries. You could go online, know how to register a business in Antigua, know what documents are required, know what incentives are in place, know what you need to do for concessions. I think that's great. Just think about the opportunity to scale that particular program. You don't have to reinvent the wheel because it's already done, it's already rolled out. And I shared with a colleague, to the degree that we are able, as small developing countries, to codify that knowledge and to ensure it reaches the masses. Because I can say to you, there are so many barriers, so much bureaucracy, that the people who really need the information the most, they don't have it. We are all here, professionals, intellectuals, but the people who can benefit from the information we are sharing are the people in the fields, the ladies with the cooperatives and so forth. And so the challenge for me and the challenge for all of us is how do we make it easy for persons who need information to be able to change and transform their lives socially, financially, and economically. How can they get that information without pain, without suffering, at a high cost? That, for me, is what success would look like for SIDS. Perhaps it's not achievable in 5 years' time, but 10 years' time, but I think that ought to be our lofty goal, making sure that all of these best practices that we have, some that are codified, some that are tacit, get it in a way so that we can reach the people who really depend upon us to be able to create for them a better future.
I think we all couldn't agree more. It's time to start building these conducive business enabling environments which will encourage the private sector to develop the solutions we need to feed into this next SIDS agenda and moving forward even past the 10-year. So I'm now going to open up to the floor, and I see someone's already up. Yes, thank you.
Very much. My name is Matthew Bolson. I'm the ambassador of Barbados to the United Nations and the World Trade Organization in Geneva. Real pleasure to be here, and I understand that Antigua is the #1 most beautiful country in the region. Jamaica's #2. I don't know where Barbados stands, but and Wayne, it's good to see you. I last saw you 10 years ago in Samoa. Yeah. Yes. 10 years ago. Now I want to shift slightly to talk about trade, and to also pick up on something that the representative from Antigua and Barbuda said about knowledge. And so clearly this morning, yesterday, we've heard about MSMEs making up 95% of the ecosystem, and I love that ecosystem, by the way, my friend from Cape Verde, the ecosystem in SIDS. And this means that global trade rules really have to work for small businesses. I don't think we've spoken enough here about trade rules and the multilateral system and how important that is for creating the regulatory environment that would facilitate MSMEs to be able to truly integrate. So what I want to tell you here is Barbados, myself, I'm the chairperson of the WTO MSME Working Group on MSMEs. So you have a SIDS who is in a position to influence the discussion on this at the global stage. So I urge all of you to look a little bit more into what this working group is doing and to be more involved. Because unfortunately, we have some SIDS who are not part of that working group. I'm going to name and shame: Jamaica, Fiji, Samoa, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana. We would love to see more of you involved there. So I ask the private sector representatives here, put a bit of pressure on your policymakers to be engaged. We have 102 members. Cape Verde was the latest member to join, so we need to have more of you there. I want to highlight 3 things. I want the businesses here today to use the tools that are available, the knowledge sharing information that's available. The first thing is something called the Global Trade Help Desk. And we have my colleagues from the International Trade Center here who can tell you more about it later. And this is really an online platform which is intended to bring trade and business information for companies, especially MSMEs, together in a single area. And there you can find the most amazing analysis, everything from sustainability standards to export potential. So I urge all policymakers and the private sector to use that tool. The second is a free Trade for MSMEs platform, Trade for MSMEs platform that has come out of the WTO, and it looks at one of the most critical challenges that all MSMEs have said that they face, which is access to information. So it's really a gateway for the business community to see the analysis that has been done, the knowledge that is out there, and which organizations are doing what, including the Commonwealth Secretariat. And then we have something quite exciting called the Trade Game, which is where businesses can actually go and use a game to help them know how to export. So it goes through everything from tariffs to non-tariff barriers, to standards, to visa information that you would have to use if you were trying to get your product over the borders. So I urge all of you to look at that. The second thing that I wanted to highlight is that the WTO working group is focusing on the promotion of the inclusion of MSMEs in the development of trade regulations to minimize regulatory burden. Because in SIDS, unfortunately, far too often we don't include the private sector as we are drafting legislation around regulation. So it's really important that going forward we do this. Also about supporting access for MSMEs to information on tariffs and other import taxes. And then importantly, going back to an issue that was raised, identifying good practices that can facilitate MSMEs access to finance and cross-border payments, because we know the number one issue that small businesses say that they have is lack of access to finance. Not liquidity issues, but lack of access to this liquidity. And then the third and final thing, I wanted to draw your attention to two products that the MSME working group launched in February at the ministerial. The first is a compendium on access to finance for women-led MSMEs. You can go on this compendium and you can find 60 or 70 different examples all over the world of what different countries are doing, so that you can actually build your own program based on what others are doing and based on the metrics that they have already put out there. And then the second is a MSME, a compendium on MSME provisions in authorized economic operator programs. This is really, really important because these programs help MSMEs to be able to use trade facilitation to get their goods and services across border. So please take a look at all of these on the WTO website. Reach out to me. I would love to showcase some of what I've heard here at the WTO so that you meet a whole new different audience of trade negotiators, and to also highlight, you know, the outcomes of this session. And going forward, we intend to focus on translating informality to formality. That's one of our priorities going forward, and also to look at digitalization issues. And I really do personally offer all of this information to the GBN, free of cost, open source, and free access. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We welcome all these solutions and suggestions and programs that already exist. As we said yesterday, this is not about reinventing the wheel or going back and starting again and developing another policy or framework. It's about the collaboration, finding out what we have, and thank you so much for sharing those with us. I'm going to move across to this side of the room.
Hi, my name is Siobhan Green, and I work at USAID in the digital transformation space. Very happy to hear about the importance of digital transformation. We at USAID and the US government support an open, inclusive, secure, and rights-respecting digital ecosystem. And we're very committed to private sector engagement and to localization of development solutions. So with that in mind, we just published our draft digital policy. It's actually on the usaid.gov website, and we very much welcome everyone's input. What did we get right? What did we get wrong? Where are we missing things that really apply to SIDS and the private sector engagement in that space, in the digital space? So I just want to thank everyone for contributing, and I'm going to be taking notes back to my team as well. Thank you.
We'll move to this side of the room and then to you.
So good morning. I'm Karen Panton. I am with the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund. And I have a couple of comments, and then I have a question for the panel, particularly Mr. Chan, I think. So first, let me just say I believe the Bahamas now is number 4 in the most beautiful island, most beautiful nation in the Caribbean.
I'm so sorry, you know.
Not a problem. I'm a Caribbean woman. So here's first this little comment. A colleague of mine and I were having a business coffee at a little coffee house in the Bahamas recently. And we looked over and we saw this very young couple. They're like half our age. And he leaned over and he said to me, Karen, there is no way you and I could have done this at their age. They're having coffee at this really bougie coffee house, and he's saying to me, hey, how is it that they're obviously in a position, this income level that we could not have even thought of aspiring to when we were their age? That's the one thing. So when you mention that there are young people who are doing incredible things outside of the norm, and they're interacting with international markets and so forth, and we're still struggling as within our internal countries in order to have this growth. But I just thought I'd share that our young people are not waiting for us to do what needs to be done. My question, though, is this. In the Bahamas, we do have a lot of foreign direct investment. We do not have a private sector that necessarily leads or is willing to come out of the box, because I believe most of that private sector is largely led by foreign nationals who may be a bit timid about requesting moving ahead of governments. But governments change every 4 to 5 years. How do we ensure that we stay on that path where we can have this sustainable development and growth, social inclusion, if the private sector is unwilling to come to the front and make the type of investment? We talk about environmental, social, and governance practices and strategies, but I am not seeing that realized in my own interactions with the private sector in my own country. I don't know about other small islands, but certainly this is a problem. How do we get, and I hate saying foreign because it just sounds so antisocial, how do we get the players in the private sector to come forward and help with the technical support, help with some of the contacts? We've got a lot of foreign nationals who've got contacts that some of us locally may not have that can help build that growth and help see small communities. And then my final point is we need to start using language that people in the informal sector can understand. We all come here and we have a wonderful level of interaction, which does not necessarily translate to persons on the ground like taxi drivers and so forth who are not necessarily my age, but maybe willing to participate. So I'd really like a little bit of your thoughts on how we could get the private sector to be more proactive, to be, leaders.
I agree with the points you're putting forward, and I want to put some clarifications out. The first thing is that we tend to conflate what we view as the private sector. Typically, in many of our islands, the private sector, what we term as the private sector is really big business. But we all know that the majority of our citizens are employed or engaged in small and medium enterprises. I used the word representative earlier, and I use the word pointedly, that our representative associations cannot just be the voice of big business. It has to be the voice of the private sector, small, medium, and large, local and foreign players who work within the territory, the geographical territory. So the first thing we have to do is establish representative private sector groups. It's good to have an umbrella group because if one group representing everybody is doesn't quite work. So you may well have the hoteliers, the manufacturers, whatever, small and medium, but you need an umbrella group that is truly representative. The second, we have to understand too, the importance of this non-state actor, and I use the term pointedly, because many of the policies that we have to implement are really long-term policies. Some of them are like watching paint dry. You have to have the patience of Job. When I said to Matthew a while ago, we were in Samoa saying the same thing 10 years ago, is that you have to really understand and track success, understanding that success is going to fall outside the electoral cycle that we experience from our political directorate. Our politicians think in 4 and 5 year spans. It's a weakness of our democracies that ministers of government are appointed. They believe they are CEOs, and I'm not knocking our ministers. But they believe they are CEOs, but they really don't understand the workings of their own ministry. It might take a year and a half before they understand it. Then when they finally realize, it's not how I thought it was, then they now need to have a few big things, visible things, not necessarily the best things, so they can campaign and win another election. We need non-state actors thinking in the long term to hold them accountable for the longer term goals, which may not be politically sexy. I hope I'm not using a politically incorrect word in the short term, but are vital if we are going to get out of the trap that we have found ourselves in. So back to your point, not an easy thing to accomplish, as my friend would say. Easy but not simple, or simple but not easy. We need representative private sector groups. We need representative civil society groups. We need representative groups of labor. But in this issue, representative private sector groups, and that can be organized. We need governments to earnestly engage in partnership, earnestly, Not just bring the private sector in when we have a crisis and we want to share the political blame, which is what often happens, or when we need funding for campaigns, or when we need funding for programs outside of the taxes that we pay. So we need earnest partnership. And as I said, when we start doing that, then we'll get closer towards that goal of the private sector being more engaged. No, I have to be frank. Individual leaders of businesses are not necessarily seized with my vision or your vision. They have to account to shareholders on a quarterly basis. They have to account for profits. This is woolly, pie in the sky type of stuff. So we need stakeholders to really work with the private sector to get that level of thinking up to speed. So we have a lot of work to do, no doubt. But it's critical that we get that done.
I think the next question was here, and then you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for interesting discussions. Masanori Kobayashi from the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasaka Peace Foundation based in Tokyo, Japan. I just wanted to follow up to the partnership between private sector and the university. We value this potential of startup for MSME future development, and in that context, we see one of the challenges is like how we can really reduce the risks and also ensure either profit or the financial self-reliance. And for that, we also think that the university should promote like an interdisciplinary training or leadership program, and at the same time, probably like we have to design how we can really ensure this startup support at the national level or regional level. And I just wondered if we can also develop a kind of international partnership to support the startup schemes in either the Caribbean or small island developing states. And I just wondered if you can make some supplementary remarks as to how the private sector and the university can work together to support this startup in order to encourage this micro, small, and medium enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. As I alluded to earlier, we have the Fort Lauderdale campus now, University of the West Indies, and this government has made a deliberate and intentional decision to invest for the long term. They're basically funding it out of pocket, borrowing funds from the Saudis to be able to build out that campus. We endorse fully your recommendation. We have a IT Innovation Center at the University of the West Indies. And the benefits of that kind of investment may not be seen in 5 to 10 years, but I can assure you in 10 to 15 years. So let's have a conversation, and I know that I speak on behalf of this administration, but we're looking for that type of collaboration so we can learn from each other and then march ahead and get the results that we need for small developing countries. Thank you very much for bringing that suggestion to us.
And over to you, sir, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Rajiv Ramlagan. I'm from Mauritius. I'm the head of sustainability at a company called Omnicane, which is almost a century-old history in the sugarcane sector in Mauritius. So I don't really have a question, but really to share an experience that is in line with what has been said on the panel, that is the importance of the right policy and framework to make things happen. And to illustrate that, I'm going to take the example of the sugar industry itself, because just as a history, sugarcane has been in Mauritius the longest standing crop on the island since 350 years. It has been, the country has been a mono-economy for a long time, where sugarcane and sugar was the only sort of revenue for the island and to make it where it was. Unfortunately, it faced a number of challenges. I would say internal challenges like competition for land, because there was need to develop the island and use of sugarcane land for other activities, scarce labor, aging workforce, and on top of that, in the early 2000s, we had the loss of the sugar protocol, which was a guaranteed price and quota that the European Union was giving to Mauritius. So it was a defining moment for the country as to whether we say that this industry is an industry of the past, or we say that in this industry we can still believe in it, and it's an industry of the future. So that's where the importance of the right policy was again, determinant in making the industry what it is today. So the private sector, the public sector, together with the European Union and the trade unions and the civil society came together and came up with what we call a multi-annual adaptation strategy, which was a 10-year roadmap to revamp this whole sugar industry and make it a dynamic and resilient sort of industry. So we shifted from being a producer of only raw sugar. We said we have to diversify and use every byproduct from sugarcane processing and convert it into a value-added product. As at now, we are now the only sugar refinery in the region. So we refine sugar from local production and we refine sugar from Brazil, which is quite paradoxical because Brazil is a big producer of sugar, but they have an excess of production. So we use that and produce the value addition in Mauritius, and then we export to Europe. We produce every single gram of fiber from sugarcane is used to produce electricity. And we know that energy security is extremely important in the context of a small island with the geopolitical tensions that we have, how it can impact on the economy of the country. So energy security is key, and today the sugar sector is contributing in ensuring consolidating the energy security of the island. And I think that's not the only thing, is that we have been able to integrate everyone. It's not only the big private companies like we, Omnicane, we are a big sugar producer on the island, but we have been able to also support the small community of planters that are more than 20,000 small planters. Today they are regrouped under the Fair Trade Scheme, and it's good to say that today we have clients coming from L'Oreal, for example, that are interested to buy sustainable ethanol for their own products. So fair trade ethanol today is finding a new avenue so that it can generate more revenues for the small planters. So to sum up, yes, policy is extremely important. It has to come at the right time. It has to come with consensus between all the stakeholders. And this example that I've shared with you is a concrete example of how we can revamp a whole industry and make it an industry that is win-win for everyone, and the public sector, the private sector, and also for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that great example with us. I'll move over here, and then we'll come back to you at the end.
Thanks. Mr. Wayne and Garfield, I want to commend you for your rhetoric on young people and collaboration. I think it's two very important points. Mark Pereira, I'm from the Z Labs. We're a fintech. Financial technology is probably the thing that makes banks the most nervous. Being in the financial industry, which is the most regulated, the most anti-competitive and non-collaborative industry in the Caribbean, me as a young voice being up on stage with CEOs of banks and talking about collaboration with them, and yes, we need to collaborate, and then I WhatsApp them and I don't see any blue ticks or any messages back. So one of the biggest problems I have is actually, and I commend you, Wayne, as well for saying this, because you are the voice of the young people and you're actioning change. However, as you said, you know, we are abrasive, I think, when we do speak, and our literature and just our demeanor. And sometimes we are a little frustrated as well. But I think my main question is really, how do we get into the voices of people like yourself? How do we get into the rooms? Because what you mentioned by putting a deadline is a massively impactful decision for the youths, because I think the youths just naturally collaborate. We're exposed to so much more information. We travel a little more. We're exposed to new ideas, and we think a lot about how we can problem solve, because we're a little less jaded as well when we're exposed to a lot more innovative tools and are a little technologically savvy. So in terms of digital transformation, I think youths have a lot of the potential to really enact and enable and implement these solutions so that we can leapfrog together. And you know, always trying to collaborate with the banks and or other organizations and not being able to be in the room with them is a little disillusioning illusional at times. So I just want to know from yourselves, like really how within this this group of people here, how can we get us in the room? I think that's one of the biggest things that can come out of here is, the UN has done a great job for us getting us in the room, but like, how can we just implant ourselves in there to really enact change?
You have said it articulately, what needs to happen. I think people of my generation and at my stage of leadership and influence need to change the mindsets of our peers. And there was a term used earlier, almost in passing, open source. Our policy making has to be more open source because we as oldsters, we can't be making the solutions for youngsters. We can't be making the solutions in silos for that silo. We need to find mechanisms to bring people together earnestly and allow voices like yours to be heard. And I say that earnestly, and I say it in this room. We need to find ways to get our generation to make way for your generation.
Just very quickly, a few minutes ago, we heard a presentation where I think 300 islands, and they have that technology. Help me to understand why that cannot be adopted immediately to these small islands. There's a solution that exists. That's why I said, quite passionately, we need to be able to codify within this group where that body of knowledge exists. I work in franchising. Franchisees can have 300 restaurants, 1 restaurant, but they need to perform at the same standard. You don't expect a franchisee with 10 employees to be able to get to the technology and the scale and the development and the rollout and so forth. But if it has been done before in a large franchisee in Central America, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, then bring it to Antigua and Barbuda. That's what we need to do. So again, forgive me, but this is what we need to do as small developing countries. Codified knowledge and best practices and steal shamelessly. You're not with me? Yes, it's already done. In one of the islands, 300 islands, different demographic, right? Just let's get it done.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, is it?
It's a little hard, I'll tell you why. Enabling the young people. If I, as a fintech, can't get a bank account in my own country or a license to be regulated, I can't put my solution out there. So I think that we know we have the technology, we've built it. Actually, the one product that I have in the market that's profiting is in direct retaliation to the banks because they did not enable me. And I am now solving solutions for financial inclusion that the banks are not. So I think that's the real thing, is enabling the young people with the frameworks, because we can't deal with the amount of paperwork that is required from the central banks or the banks just not enabling us. I think so we really have to get those decision makers on the top to enable the young people with the structures they have, because it's completely unequal. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're on the same page. Look, this gives us an opportunity for us to collaborate deeper. More action, less rhetoric. Less rhetoric, more action. Because the information exists, the knowledge is there, and we just have to go and get it and scale it.
Yes, my name is Tito de Cuba. I'm from the Employers Association of Aruba, the other most beautiful island in the Caribbean. And Mr. Joseph, I want to add another S to your 3 S's, souls. Because if it wasn't for our souls, we haven't been so successful in the Caribbean, in this area, in tourism. I was very pleased to hear that there are a lot of resources available for the MSMEs. But I want to make,
But I think, in answer to your question, you have the right of advocacy because you contribute to the economy. You have the right of advocacy through civil society. And I dare say, any government that's not willing to listen and respond to the voice of the electorate, then you guys know what to do. I don't need to give you a recommendation.
Now we do have to wrap up here, and I understand that we have to take this question, so we will continue this conversation after the session. I do have one last question to ask the panelists.
And now you are competing with me in holding up everyone for lunch, so I ask action and suggestion.
To create a real ecosystem between private sector, public sector, and university and societies, it's very important. But on the incubators, accelerators, and co-working space, it's very important for the entrepreneurs development. I just want to a little comment about the last question. It's important to be part of a chamber of commerce or enterprise association because the government can listen each one, but they maybe can ignore one enterprise, but they can't ignore 1,000 of enterprise. Make your voice listen when we are together. One more time, it's not just my business, it's our business. It's not my suggestion, it's our suggestion. It's different, it's more powerful. Okay.
My one recommendation is action, intentionality, plus smart action equals breakthrough results. The choice is ours. If we have high intentionality and no action, it's just a daydream. But if we have high intentionality with smart actions, we will get breakthrough results. I think it's within our capacity, members of SIDS, private sector, public sector, the government, to achieve breakthrough results. We have done it in the past. We can certainly do it in the future.
We have to institutionalize, I will call it social dialogue, but certainly a forum where representative voices can be heard and listened to keenly, with working groups formed around specific timelines and actions, whether it's digital transformation, whether it's transformation of education and training, whether it's a reduction of and removal of informality. But there are key initiatives that need the involvement of representative groups that we can embark on right away.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone in the room for your participation today. It's much appreciated.
All right, you know what's coming next. Lunch will be served at the restaurants on the first floor. The lovely staff at Sandals Resort will help you get to the pink building. It's just down that way. You will have to brave the light sprinkles of rain. You'll make it. Take the elevator to the first floor and follow the crowd. We will start again at 1:30 sharp. I run a tight ship, 1:30 sharp. Yes, please take all of your belongings so we can clear the room. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. billion in climate finance pledged to developing countries in 2019. From economic diversification to local empowerment and green transition, strategic investments are crucial for implementing the new SIDS agenda. This session will explore access to finance and investment with one panel for each theme. The first panel will be moderated by Espicion Olivera, Director of Enterprise Competitiveness and Institutions, International Trade Center. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Buenos días a todos. Bonjour. Bula. Guten Tag. I come from one of the 16 most beautiful islands in the Caribbean, but the one with the best rum. No, Dominican Republic. So for those that say Jamaica, okay, maybe second best. So I'm honored to be here today welcoming you. I'm really happy to be here in this event organized by UNOHRLLS. Thanks to Madame Rabat Fatima for the partnership. Thanks to Eva Marie for the work that she has had over, I think, 6 months of work together with her team. And we're really happy to be here. Also, thanks to Ambassador Paul Lutero, head of AOSIS, and of course, my director who's here, Pamela Cook-Hamilton, of the International Trade Center. We will do a deep dive in financing and investment, basically, because when we ask SMEs, what is your main challenge? They always say money, funds, or resources. And this is really where we are. So we are privileged to have with us 6 excellent entrepreneurs. We'll start, and I will invite Ms. Jody Smith to take the floor. She's CEO of Matanaki from Fiji. She's founding general partner of Matanaki. She has been operating in Fiji since 2016 when she left high school. And since 2020, Matanaki has been a key originating partner of the UN Global Fund for Coral Reefs. Matanaki is working in interconnected deal flow approach that Jody designed herself, and is working in supply chain management for SIDS. So welcome, Jody. I would like also to invite now Malika from Seychelles to join us. Malika is a qualified chartered accountant, started her career in 1999, also out of high school, in international taxation with Arthur Andersen and Ernst & Young. In 2004, she came back to her home country, Seychelles, to start a business in the field of financial services, taxation, and compliance. She works in all the region, in the Indian Ocean region, East Africa region, and she has worked in promoting public-private sector dialogue along with other experts, and she runs workshops, training, and panel discussion on new laws for both private sector and government. Last but not least, because chivalry is not dead in the Caribbean, we leave Mark for the last. So Mark Pereira is founder of SEB Labs. He leads the charge in creating innovative software solutions that bridge the gap between technology and impact. His mission is to empower individuals and businesses across the Caribbean to thrive in a digital age. So he's going to teach an old person like me a lot today. He has demonstrated through initiatives such as software bootcamp for youth and co-working space and a groundbreaking mobile money app, which is called WAM. Mark works embodies the potential of Caribbean innovation, highlighting his technical expertise and dedication to using technology for positive transformation in the region. So please welcome them with an applause. So this session, what we will do is that we will ask each one of them one initial question. They'll respond. Then we'll lead to my colleague Joellen Lahirea from Karen Expo. We'll have also 3 distinguished panelists that will come and we'll ask one question. And at the end, we will open the floor for all of you to ask questions to all of them. We have tried to limit the questions that we ask to them. to allow a free discussion, an open discussion, so we really have an exchange. So given that we are gender neutral, we will start with Mark. So Mark, technology is evolving rapidly, and with it, more efficient and competitive ways to do business at scale. How can our small island development states leverage innovative technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence to shift and digitize traditional financing businesses models and expand finance access for all of us? Please.
Thanks, Scipion. So I think it's a really pertinent question, and I want to pose a question to those in the audience. How much of you can make online payments, purchase a flight online? How much of you have direct access to US? You can send US across borders throughout the world. So that's a luxury that a lot of people have in first world countries that SIDS have problems with. And the main point that I want to the main solution I want to present is blockchain and AI can solve the corresponding banking problem. So in the Caribbean, it's a US-based economy, if you want to call it that. US essentially is the financial veins of the entire of the SIDS as well. And to remit from Trinidad to Barbados or from Trinidad to the US, for example, I can't do a direct bank transfer from a Trinidadian bank to a Barbadian bank. I have to go through a US bank. And that comes with a lot. That opens up a can of worms because the US corresponding banks and the relations that they have with SIDS, it's a regulatory requirement for us to have very stringent AML policies. And what that means is that banks can't bank a certain population of individuals because it's too risky. It's deemed too risky. So corresponding banking is applying risk to SIDS countries that are affecting our local citizens who just want to transact locally and do not need US access. So in terms of financial inclusion, this is one of the biggest problems that we have to solve, is this corresponding banking issue. The other aspect of corresponding banking that really puts a hold on the entire SIDS regions and the Caribbean regions is if I want to send money from the US to a citizen, if they even have a bank in one of the SIDS countries, is that it's extremely expensive. So sometimes it takes $40. To remit, even sometimes they have to send through MoneyGram or Western Union, which are known for taking large transaction fees. And a statistic which is very important is $800 billion of the capital, US capital, flows into the global south every year from remittances. That's families just sending money back home, and that is individuals who really need that capital. $45 billion of that $800 billion is lost in transaction fees. So what we really need to be tackling is how do we reduce that? So what we built is a blockchain protocol that reduces that number from $45 billion to 20 million US dollars. So that's a 5 to 10% transaction fee down to a 1% transaction fee. And that's just using innovative technologies. So that's the blockchain aspect, where you can now remit via blockchain and not use traditional banking rails. And then how do we, as SIDS, take more risk on customers that need that financial inclusion in very hard to reach places? The problem with the Caribbean and corresponding banks is that we're seen as too risky. We have high fraud, we have a lot of money laundering, a lot of terrorist financing. You can think that maybe that's because we're a risky region, but it's also because we're left out of the financial system. So the black market comes in, and that's one of it's a black economy that we have to start fighting. So blockchain adds transparency to that, but AI allows us to look at the data and the transactional data, allows us to bring people into the system that were deemed too risky and have a lot more information on them that isn't just financial data, maybe it's social data, and we're able to analyze all of that data to meet riskier customers, which are generally the people who need financial access the most because they're so hard to reach. And we're able to penetrate and provide more value by having a higher risk profile. And we're doing this as fintechs with low overhead, low transaction costs. So that means aid organizations like the ones sitting in the room who need to transact directly to individuals that need it the most can use this blockchain and innovative technology to get capital deployed to exactly the people they need it to be deployed to, and see transparently, and also it works on weekends. I mean, how lovely is that? 3 to 5 days. So I think these are the things that we really need to be pointing our policy work to, that we need to be developing frameworks for, because the banks simply aren't stepping up and financially including people, and they're making things harder for individuals like myself to implement these solutions. I'll stress that I do not have a bank account as a fintech in Trinidad and Tobago, and in 2 weeks I got a bank account in the US, and that's how I'm able to operate today. Just relentless pursuit towards financial inclusion that allows me to think of these solutions. So yeah, that's the ways in which we can use blockchain and AI to improve financial inclusion. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Very interesting theme, and I know that there will be a lot of interesting questions from the floor. Jody, we're going to go to gender now, because we talk about new technologies and now some of gender, in which ITC works a lot. There is an increasing call on the need for gender-balanced funds that can support more inclusive investment. What opportunities do you see, and how can the ecosystem, including, of course, government, investors, the civil society, and the private sector, but also donors and international agencies, like many around the room, can support existing and new funds to scale? Please.
So I'm from Fiji, and I'm going to say I think Fiji is the #1 most beautiful island in the world. And we have the best rugby players. Any Samoans and Tongans here? Controversial. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of background about me, because I have been asked to speak today because I'm an emerging fund manager and I'm a woman. But I wasn't always a fund manager, and I'm still learning to be a fund manager. So my journey started 12 years ago when I was asked to turn around a failing agricultural business in Fiji. And this was a business owned by a Swiss family office. It was a very emotional asset. And so I came up with an idea. I went to Fiji, which was the birthplace of my mother. So I was born in New Zealand. And there I learned firsthand about the degradation and the impact that we're having on the planet as humans. So for me, climate crisis, yes, we are having a climate crisis, but we're also having major local degradation issues, and this is very much what we seek to address. So after turning around that farm, and it was left in the hands of Fiji's first woman CEO, with 75% women staff, and some great programs like seasonal working for women, single mothers who only wanted to work 3 or 4 months a year. I then started working with communities. We had to source ginger, so it was a ginger farm. We had to source from outside. And that's when I learnt how difficult it is for farmers in Fiji to farm in a sustainable way, and to farm in a way that is true to their spirituality and their cosmovision. And this is very, very important to Pacific people. So I helped community businesses, well, no, actually I didn't help them. They taught me more than I taught them. But what we were aiming to do was work out what are the gaps in order to get products to local markets and to international markets. So through this work I became known as the organic lady in Fiji, even though I hadn't done much of this work before. Business turnaround was my speciality, not agriculture. I was approached by WWF to sit on a steering committee to solve the local threats to the Great Sea Reef, which is one of the globally important reefs in the world. These reefs can withstand high temperatures and ocean acidification, and can be used to reseed reefs globally, or at least regionally, once the world figures out the issues that we're having on the global scale. So the consultant on that job said to me back in 2018, there's a lot of climate finance coming down the line. I was like, okay, what's that? environmental finance, finance for businesses that can have a sustainable, regenerative, positive impact. And he said, look, you're from the private sector. You know how to find deals. Go and find deals now. And I'm sure that you will have investors knocking on your door. So a few years after that, I got a call from the Multi-Partner Trust Fund Office in the UN, and they were putting together the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. And they said, look, we've heard about your deal flow. In fact, the person who was instrumental for this introduction is sitting back there, Simon Dent. And they wanted to prove that there were investment opportunities that could give a financial return, or at least, should I say, financially viable, but could deliver the environmental impacts and stop the local drivers of degradation to the reef. So waste, poor waste management, agricultural runoff, overfishing. We started looking for deals, and we screened over 150 companies, and we now have a pipeline of 15 companies. What we realized through that process is we needed to become a fund manager. We needed to be local, we needed to be on the ground. We had spent a lot of time building trust with these businesses, a number of whom are community, indigenous-owned companies. So we, with the support of 2X Global, if you haven't heard of them, look them up. They are an organization responsible for bringing more women into investment and fund management. They selected us to be part of an accelerator program, and it really was an incredible experience. We are now raising our first fund, and we are about $4 million short of our first close, which will be 50 million US, and we're aiming for a final close, which will be 50 million by the end of 2025, and it's for the Pacific. So we're not the only fund. There are 4 other funds in the Pacific. There's one called Red Hat Impact. They have a menstrual health trade finance vehicle. They've done amazing work. They are now doing a trade finance vehicle for women-owned enterprises. Outrigger Ocean Impact, who are here in the room, Simon and Jeremy, they have a global SIDS fund that they are raising, and we're supporting with the deal flow origination in the Pacific, and ADB Frontier Fund. So I think across all of us, maybe we have a combined total of 90 million that we're raising, and hoping to be in the position to start deploying that money in the next year. And it's very hands-on. We don't just find the deals and place the money and walk away. It's got to be hands-on. Entrepreneurship is very nascent in the Pacific, so we really work hand in hand with the businesses to get them investment ready, but the real work happens after the investment is made. So managing that change and that growth, that's very much what we're there to guide. So opportunities, lowest hanging fruit is waste. If you have waste issues in your country, this is actually very profitable, particularly if there is recycling. Import substitution, so one of the businesses we're investing into is taking green waste and manure, turning it into a local non-synthetic fertilizer. The balance of payments and subsidy savings to government from that business will be, because the business is just starting now, but will be $35 million per year if we can use this fertilizer instead of the imported fertilizer. With the investors we're speaking to, they haven't seen a lot of deal flow before in the Pacific, so they're quite excited. They're already asking us, what is Fund 2 and Fund 3 looking like? So the sorts of things we're talking about are waste management solutions that are Pacific-wide, also fisheries solutions that are Pacific-wide. Lastly, how can donors, investors, and governments support us? So blended finance, this idea of having grant money to crowd in the private money, that's really important. We need to do a lot of work developing these businesses, getting them ready for investment, so we need that grant money. And then from the development financing institutions and private investors, we're looking for aligned investors who believe in our long-term vision, which is about local ownership and local value addition. And the capital has to be really patient, and it has to be long-term. We're not going to give you a 2x return if that's what you're looking for. It's not there, and nor should it be. We're investing into things which are really vital, like vital infrastructure, waste management infrastructure for our countries. Regulators, clear processes. There's a lot of talk of ease of doing business. We've got Investment Fiji in the room, amazing organization in Fiji who just champion what we do and help open the doors. And government setting a vision. Private sector is here and we are so willing and capable, and entrepreneurs will be up in the middle of the night trying to solve problems. So governments, engage with us. We're here and we're an army for you.
Thank you very much, Jody. Last but not least, Malika from Seychelles. We have a lot of discussions. In fact, I wanted also to tell you that this is the youth group, because yesterday, together with Sandra and our colleague from Mauritius, we were invited to judge some youth, so because they consider us the youngest, I suppose. I think I was the mistaken one. But in any case, Malika, we spent 2 days talking a lot about SIDS ourselves, so I want to ask you, what next for our countries? How can we reinvent ourselves? How can we transform our financial ecosystem to support our development dreams? Please, only that.
Thank you so much. So thank you. I must thank our host, Antigua. It definitely is a beautiful island, and it's the home of many of the great cricket legends. And yeah, I can't leave Antigua without visiting the famous stadium. Yeah. So thank you so much. And I thank all of you for telling us your stories over the last few days. It's very inspiring. And even though we're oceans apart, our problems are similar. And coming together for this conference makes a lot of sense, so we can share solutions. What next for SIDS? I run businesses. For me, a country is like a company. We have companies bigger than the SIDS. Apple, Google, Meta, $1 trillion companies, except that an island state also has the health, the social aspects to it. In today's world, every company has to keep innovating. If you don't, you become extinct. A good example is Kodak. In the old days, so I'm not that young, unfortunately, in the old days we had to process film to get photographs. Digital photography came out, Kodak didn't innovate, they closed down. And that's pretty much the same. What's scary in today's world is the pace of innovation. It's so fast that if we don't keep abreast, we become extinct. We can't run our businesses on autopilot anymore. And the same is true of the SIDS. You know, the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries was the gold, the white gold, sugar. When sugar died, we started with tourism. And now we have issues with tourism, sustainability, over-tourism, like it was pointed out in the morning. Some SIDS have ventured into financial services. But I think the biggest example of the most successful SID, and this was touched upon yesterday by the minister, is Singapore. When I saw Singapore on the list of SIDS, I'm like, how can Singapore be a SID? So I did some research. In the 1960s, it was a small fishing village with 70% uneducated, high unemployment, and majority of people living in slums. And the reason I like to see models is to see how they did it, and can other SIDS replicate it? How did it reinvent itself? What can we learn from them? So their founder, Lee Kuan Yew, asked, how can we distinguish ourselves from our neighbors who have more natural resources, more manpower and land? What can we do different? He said, they do not have clean systems. We run clean systems. They do not follow rule of law. We will follow it. Once we make an agreement, a decision, we will stick to it. And they became reliable and credible to investors. They built a world-class infrastructure, educated staff. Singapore's education is among the best in the world today, while retaining their culture and heritage, which is something we've spoken a lot about. And Singapore, when I did research, now we're talking about investment. Typically, you look at going to a bank and getting finance, but that's not possible for startups. with today's startups and entrepreneurship, the way it's evolved around the world, we have angel investors, we have venture capitalists. There's a whole ecosystem which takes a company from the start till they exit, which is normally listing. That won't work in the SIDS. So how do we build this? How do we build this ecosystem? This is a big challenge. Where do we start from? Another thing that Singapore did is it built a regional bloc with the ASEAN. And here we talk about regional blocs. When I think of the Caribbeans, I hear you all competing for the most beautiful island. But when I think of the Caribbeans, because of the cricket team, I think of it as one, because they play the game as one team. One of the most exciting teams to watch too. So the question is, can we make regional trade blocs? Because what we lack is scale. Can we get this scale? So I think the question is, how do we make ourselves investor worthy? Both our entrepreneurs and the country. We need reliable trade blocs, education. Education is key. A bank's not going to lend money to a startup. 1 in 3 startups fail. We have an angel investor going to speak next. I'm sure she'll cover how difficult it is to take a startup from beginning to success. We need good infrastructure, rule of law, transparency and priority, and I think there needs to be a focus on innovation. I think governments should look at setting up a separate department for innovation. To innovate, embrace innovation. One of the challenges that Mark pointed out in the earlier session is that regulation doesn't keep up with innovation, and this poses many challenges. You know, speak to stakeholders, educate them, educate the banks, and tell them why we need fintech. So for me, I think we need a complete roadmap, but without government partnership, without innovation, it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Malika. So you will have time to ask questions to them, but now I'll give the floor to my colleague, Joellen, and we will step for and then she will introduce the next group of speakers.
Thank you very much, Yusufian. So we're going to change the attention slightly away from financing onto investment, and today I'd like to introduce 3 panelists. We have Sandra Glasgow, who is the Director of Biz Tactics and co-founder of Jamaica's First Angel Investor Network. We also have Ken Punusami, who is the CEO of the Economic Board for in Mauritius. And we also have Wonke Omoni Ogunsalia, who is the Regional Manager for Investment at IFC. Fantastic, thank you. So I'm going to stand up. Yusufian stood up, so I think I will continue in your vein. So as I say, first of all, as I said, we're going to turn our attention to investment. So firstly, as I say, we have Mrs. Sandra Glasgow. She has actually quite a few passions. Angel investing is one of them. She's high among them is startups and scale-ups, angel investing, business incubation and corporate governance. As I say, she's the managing director of Biz Tactics, and she co-founded the Jamaica's First Angel Investment Network, First Angels JA, and is also the co-founder and managing director of RevUp Caribbean, which is a virtual business incubator. In 2023, she was appointed the honorary consul for the Republic of Suriname in Jamaica, and she is a graduate of the University of the West Indies and holds a Bachelor's of Science degree and a Master's degree in Business Administration with a specialization in Management of Technology. She was actually also Jamaica's Eisenhower Fellow in 2000, spending several weeks, 8 weeks in fact, in the USA exploring the topics of business incubation and angel investing, and she also currently serves as the director on the boards of the National Commercial Bank of Jamaica and Stanley Motor Limited. She's actually also on the board of 2 companies, First Angel Jamaica's portfolio, 2 companies that are on the portfolio of First Angels Jamaica, and she also chairs the board of the National Crime Prevention Fund, or Crime Stop, and is the director of the Multicare Youth Foundation in a charity dedicated to uplifting at-risk youth. So she has also spent 5 years as the CEO of the private sector organization of Jamaica, and before that 20 years at the University of Technology in Jamaica, where she founded the Technology Innovation Center, which is Jamaica's first state-of-the-art technology business incubator. So, Ms. Glasgow, obviously a lot of your work has been focused on making equity financing available for MSMEs. You've been working a lot with small businesses and so forth. Can you kind of share some of your ideas about, what are the benefits of equity financing for MSMEs, and how can we within the small islands development states actually facilitate such opportunities?
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, and thanks for the invitation to be on this panel. It's quite an honor. So, angel investing, I don't know, maybe if you raise your hands and let me see how many of you know what an angel investor is. Okay, quite a number of you do. So I co-founded Jamaica's first angel investor network in 2014. And today we have 26 members. We have invested in 13 companies. We have done 24 deals totaling about $3 million US. And this is a really important approach that we have been taking for the last 10 years because, and Joellen, you talked about my work at the University of Technology. I've been doing this for a long time. And the access to finance issue has always plagued the development of the small business sector, MSME sector. So we set out to solve this issue by providing equity financing for MSMEs that have innovative ideas and can't find financing anywhere else. Angel investors not only provide capital, but I think more importantly, those of you who know about angel investors, we provide, we support founders with our time. We make connections for them, give them access to markets. And it's a really important activity that propels innovative businesses. Without our support, they probably wouldn't make a difference. Now, I think you talked about trust. Building angel networks and undertaking angel investing requires a lot of trust between the founders and the investors. And Jamaica is well known as a low trust society. So we had to spend a lot of time building that trust. And we did that by ensuring that the people that we invited to be part of our network were people of high integrity. Not, having money was not enough. They had to have a passion for supporting founders, for coaching them, being their mentors, sitting on their boards and providing governance. So, in the 10 years since 2014, we've made a lot of strides in engendering that trust and providing equity funding to companies. So much so that, although we are the only formal angel network in Jamaica, there are a number of people who are now calling themselves angel investors. And our development bank has actually recently launched an angel fund with the support of IDB, in fact, under a Biggie project, to co-invest with our angel investors so that there is a lot more capital available to small businesses, to MSMEs, to grow their businesses. I will say, though, that in the 10 years that we've been in operation, we have found that, it's important not just to provide financing and support, but to provide training to ensure that the founders understand what they need to do to grow and scale those businesses. I think we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll come to that
later.
In a little while, because I want to bring the others into the conversation as such. We have here with me to my right, we have Ken Punusami, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Economic Development Board for Mauritius. Now, this is a government agency that promotes Mauritius as a hub for trade and investment and business, as well as an international financial center. And prior to your position as the CEO there, you were also the Managing Director of the Board of Investment, which effectively became the EDB in 2018. Now, Mr. Pudusamy has held senior managerial positions in the private sector, including organizations like Deloitte, as well as in the public sector. And he also sits on a number of strategic boards locally, and is the board director of the World Alliance of International Financial Centers. He was the chair of the COMISA Regional Investment Agency, and across his career spanning more than 25 years, he has been a key influencer in shaping national and strategic initiatives for Mauritius. As the CEO of the EDB, he is a leading exponent of economic diversification and business facilitation policies, in addition to providing strategic support to government for sustained economic development in view of positioning Mauritius as a competitive and trusted investment and business location. Now, as we look at the economic landscape for SIDS, obviously attracting foreign direct investment remains a critical component for sustainable development and economic growth. Mauritius, as we know, stands out as a remarkable example. You've obviously been very successful in attracting significant FDI into various transformational sectors over the past decades and further. And the strategic initiatives undertaken by Mauritius have not only been diversified your economy, but also positioned it as a leading investment destination in the region. So tell me, I mean, you've played a pivotal role in this success story. Can you share some of the strategies that you have been able to adopt for Mauritius for the benefit of the other SIDS that are here today, and how we can apply these to attract FDI in a complementary manner? And secondly, also, you know, how can we address some of the challenges? Are there any specific challenges that you were able to address in the situation for Mauritius that can be applied for the other SIDS in the room?
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me on this panel. First, I would say that foreign direct investment has helped tremendously in the process of development, but also in diversifying the economy. I think one message that I would have for SIDS countries is that diversification is key. It is important for countries, especially small countries, to continue the process of diversification, harness opportunities across all the sectors. Today, Mauritius, we are a broad-based, diversified, and I would say very competitive and resilient economy. And we have actually managed to sort of ride the tide in terms of exogenous shocks. Because sometimes when you have these shocks, then you realize that diversification becomes very important. And I would say initially when we started off, I think my colleague earlier spoke about the sugar sector. We were a monocrop economy with around 95% of all our exports being from sugarcane. And then slowly we diversified into textile and apparels. And that has, you know, the foreign direct investment, the openness of the economy, and the liberal policies that we adopted helped to bring the technology, to bring the capital and the know-how to ensure that products that are manufactured from Mauritius remain competitive to get market access. The key aspect of it also is really about You know, we talked yesterday about a lot of collaboration, about frameworks for strategic alliances, and one key aspect of it was trade agreements that we have. So the ACP countries initially had the market access to export their products duty-free and quota-free. That has helped Mauritius to actually transform itself in make it more competitive in the textile and apparatus with the foreign direct investment, but at the same time to help us to diversify. And today we have a number of trade agreements where our products are being exported. I think that is key as well as a message for a small island nation, that when you're competing globally, when investors are looking for predictability, for certainty, but they're looking at market access, what your market offers. And that creates really a compelling advantage when you can say that you have trade agreements with a number of countries, that the products that are manufactured from Mauritius with the technology, with the investment that you have, will make it competitive enough to access the global markets. So these are things which are important. The other aspect of it is ease of doing business. I think that is something which is so vital, so important for small island developing nations. Back in, I would say, after the phasing out of the multi-fiber agreements, we took a decision to embrace globalization. And at that time, when we started back in 2004, to open a company in Mauritius, you needed to have like 26 authorizations. You even needed to go to the police station to get a clearance before you can even start a business. And we said it's not possible that we can go along this journey. To be transformative, to be able to attract global investors, you need to be nimble, you need to be seamless in terms of the process, and you have to be impactful. And you have to show to the world that it's easy to do business. So we scrapped all that, and we looked at cost of incorporating a company, we looked at processes, we looked at procedures, and we looked at time of doing all that. And we streamlined all the processes, reduced the cost, improve the procedures that we have, make it simpler, and also in terms of how we adopted technology to make sure that when companies come to Mauritius, it's easier to do business. I think that is part of the strategy that we have. And I must say that the foreign direct investment that we attracted has been, you know, growing year on year. And that has created the momentum for us. And today, the challenges for us is really about human capital, because there's a global race for talents. So how do we make sure that our people are well educated, they are retained in the country? Because as I know, a lot of SIDS countries have the same problem of brain drain. People are going outside, they see that the grass is greener elsewhere. So how do we lock the human capital? How do we make sure that the education that we spend remain in the country, the human capital, which is so vital for small island developing nations? The other aspects, which is climate change. So how do we re-engineer the industries? How do we make our industries more carbon neutral, reduce the carbon footprint of these? So there are a number of strategies that we are developing, schemes that we are putting forward, and also programs to support industries to transition towards green economies. I think these are vital. I'll stop here, but I'll be ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, it's obviously, as I say, the Mauritius is a success story, let's say, in how you've been able to attract that FDI. I think I heard yesterday that only 0.6% of global foreign investment comes to SIDS. So you know, we need to do whatever we can in order to attract that investment. Now, I would like to introduce Ronke Amone Ogunsiler, who is the regional manager for the Caribbean for the International Finance Corporation, based out of Santo Domingo. She oversees IFC's investment and advisory services in the DR, Haiti, and the English-speaking Caribbean as well. Now, prior to this, Ronke was the IFC's regional manager for Ghana sub-region, which included Benin, Burkina Faso, obviously Ghana, Niger, and also Togo. She has worked as an advisor to the CEO of IFC and as the principal investment officer in the African region. Ronke has also graduated from Yale University with an MBA in finance and a master's degree in environmental studies. And she holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering and in engineering sciences from Dartmouth College. Now, as I say, you're going to give us the institutional perspective, let's say, as it relates to investment. Can you share with us, your thoughts and your reflections on the kinds of, let's say, the hesitations or the reservations that sometimes investors may well have towards investing in SIDS, and how can we look to address these?
So adding my thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak here today. As I think everybody knows, the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, is a part of the World Bank Group that works on the private sector. And we do this through investments and advisory services. And also we give advisory services to governments for anything to help bring in the private sector into the government space. So this is a question that we work on every day. But I feel as if my job has been made very easy by going last, because everything has been raised with the previous panelists and also my fellow panelists. I mean, the first thing that an investor will look at is always the business environment, which we've talked about. They're going to want to make sure that the rule of law is clear. I think we talked about that it's regulations are clear, they're easy to understand, they're not changing, they're fair. We want to make sure that there's business infrastructure, that there's power, that there's water, there's ICT to be able to do business. In some places, even having hotels, business hotels, are important. And just maybe to share some of the things that we do to mitigate some of these things. In terms of the infrastructure, something that's very important for us, especially for SIDS, is we work a lot on PPPs. We really believe, especially in countries where there's a fiscal constraint with many of our governments, allowing the private sector to come in and take the risks that they're comfortable taking. We feel is very important, but this is something that needs to be done in a transparent way with best practice, international standards, and we don't compromise on this, and we try and encourage governments to go this route. So we will advise governments any way we can to have to go through a competitive process. Many times negotiated transactions bilaterally can seem very attractive, especially time-wise, because going through a bid, of course, takes a lot of time. And the reality, and we completely understand this, is that many times governments don't have time. We have to move quickly. But really, the challenge is just finding a way of doing it in the most cost-effective and time-effective way. That's one thing. I think that something else that we're seeing that's very important is, and my colleague mentioned it, is skills. Many companies, including in the tourism sector and in technology, can't find people to work. And the World Bank, our sister organization, is the organization within our group that really works on the human capital and education and so on. But what we're trying to do on IFC side is we have something called the employability tool, and it's something to help really universities churn out the right type of candidates for the businesses that are for what businesses are looking for. It's a very simple thing, but it's so important. I think that the Arab Spring taught us quite a lot. One thing that perhaps hasn't been touched on as much, but we did talk about the environment, but climate change is now making some of our SIDS countries very unattractive to private investment. If there's a feeling that natural disaster are going to, 100-year floods were coming once in 100 years, or hurricanes were coming once in 50 years, now they're coming every 5 years. Today, it's not supposed to be raining. It's very unusual. So climate change is real, and it's making the countries unattractive because the regions are becoming uninsurable. Insurance companies, many of them do not want to insure certain SIDS countries anymore. And if you can't insure, there's no, if a hurricane comes through and you can't be reimbursed, companies just don't want to come through. Many banks that we see, we invest in a lot of banks, and many banks, some of them are, they're covered maybe 20% of the assets in their portfolio, and they won't go into certain areas at all because they can't get insurance. So these are areas that we're looking at to see how we can support, particularly in banks, to see how we can put facilities in place that defer payments. So if there is a catastrophe, payments can be deferred, so they'll continue to support the private sector. And sometimes we'll even go into places where they wouldn't go because they said, oh, no, it rains too much there, or there are too many disasters, too many floods, and so on. And if we can find some kind, we're working on some facilities that would encourage the investors to go in that direction. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I think obviously, yes, climate change is upon us. We've already seen it. We've been subject to it today, obviously, with the rain. It's affected the programming for some of the other events that have been taking place. And I think obviously as private sector as well, building their resilience to be able to withstand the shocks that are out there, so that there's that business continuity is absolutely critical and extremely important for our very survival, as we know there are economies. But I'd now like to invite Esipion, my co-moderator, and our other panelists to come and join us up on the stage, and then we will open up the discussion further and have you all obviously included in that, and you can also put your questions to the panel.
So now is your time to ask questions. Don't be shy. You have not been shy in other sessions. So please, I already have one candidate. Please state your name and where you're from. And if you know who the person is addressed, the question is addressed to as well. If not, they will decide, or another could complement. Please.
Okay. Hi. From a country in the Caribbean that is undisputedly, okay, more than beautiful, but the country with the highest number of Nobel laureates in the world, and the country which is the only one in the world named after a woman. I'm not sure who else can contest that. But my name is Sunita Daniel. I'm from St. Lucia. I'm the head of Export St. Lucia, and I just wanted to talk about financing. We recently, Export St. Lucia represents a lot, hundreds of MSMEs, and we recently tried to trade quite a lot with other countries around the world. And one of those was Barbados. That's only half an hour away from St. Lucia. We brought in almost 20 small MSMEs together to export products to Barbados. It took us almost 6 weeks to be able to get the funds back, although the importer in Barbados sent that money the same day that the export was made. And so it's all about the financial systems and the difficulties in getting payments back. We've been able to get quite a few of the MSMEs on Amazon, for example, and eBay, but they all had to drop out because it's so difficult for them to get funds remitted to them. So we talk a lot about doing trade and making trade easy, yet it is so difficult because of our financial systems and what happens in e-commerce. So we do a lot of training about how you can get onto an e-commerce platform and do digital payments, but when you really have to do it in practice, it's almost ridiculously difficult to do so. So what would be your recommendations as to what are the top 3 things we can go back to our government and say, these are the ways that we can address this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. I think what's really interesting is that we're trying to push for foreign direct investment, and the same policies that US banks issue onto us prevent MSMEs from even getting that capital. And they're trying to go on US platforms and bring that foreign direct investment in. And even the banks don't make it easy. So the banks are literally preventing foreign direct investment. Sorry to poke fingers at the banks so much. But so it's a very interesting problem. And what I would recommend is that I think our early solution is setting up a US entity that can receive the capital remitted directly to it. And then from that US bank, you can remit that money back to St. Lucia. And you as a company offer that service to your MSMEs. And don't do it with a local St. Lucian bank. Do it with a US bank because their protocols for remitting are a lot better. So Chase Bank, for example, Wells Fargo is pretty good. I do recommend blockchain. There's US stablecoins that you can convert your US to. We facilitate that as a company, so you can reach out to me. And there's a local market demand for stablecoins that you can receive a bank transfer if the bank allows it, because banks predominantly don't like cryptocurrency and they don't like source of funds from stablecoins. But there's also local markets that do peer-to-peer trading and cash. And unfortunately, it's a bit informal, but these are the solutions that are bringing capital in and remitting faster than the banks. So it's rudimentary, informal, but I think people in the room can see these are the solutions that we have to deal with to get capital fast. And these are the informal trade routes that we have to formalize. So yeah.
Thank you. I think we're going to hear from Milva.
Yeah, I think